Hello. I don't know how I'm gonna go. I'm supposed to be getting some work done. I've got people waiting for their custom orders and their other orders. There's a couple that have been incredibly patient with me. I've been a bit sick, just horrendous nausea. I thought I'd gotten on top of it. I went and saw a medical professional Wednesday. I've been treated for a kidney infection. I thought I was okay. On Friday I went to a funeral, my aunt's funeral, and I went to lunch with my family, and then I went to a farewell dinner for a colleague, and when I got up yesterday morning I started throwing up again, and I've been really crook again since, so I'm not sure what's going on. If I stand up to move around, I'm just wanting to throw up again. So I had to get up to feed Willow and bring her out, so I thought I could sit here. I'm hoping this will work. The plan is I can sit here and possibly get something done here instead, because I don't know about you, but I really struggle to just sit in bed and rest. I actually rested nearly all day yesterday, and I struggle with that. So I've been working on needle books, and if you've been following, you'd know that I have many needle books. Yeah, thanks, Jude. I have seen a medical professional. I can't get into my regular GP. He's on leave. I have seen another medical professional, and they've diagnosed a kidney infection, and I have been getting treated for that. But I'm just really struggling with this nausea at the moment. It's almost like morning sickness, I suppose, but it feels a lot more debilitating, if that makes sense. And no, it's not morning sickness. That's an impossibility. So apparently it's just from the infection. But I would have thought I started treatment on Wednesday evening. It's now Sunday. I've got to take the medication every 6 hours, so I've set my alarms to take it every 6 hours. And like I said, by Friday morning I was feeling well enough to go to my aunt's service. Felt good while I was there. We went to lunch. I started to feel a little bit off at lunch. I couldn't quite finish my meal. And then after lunch I felt well again. Oh, okay. Kidney stones. I didn't think of that. I'm pretty sure I don't have kidney stones, but yes, the fluid's probably... I've been struggling with the fluid upkeep because I just want to throw up. And yesterday I went out to get some like gastrolyte sort of stuff and bought a carton of milk, and I felt like mashed potato, which I haven't touched, so I got potato and milk and forgot all about the hydrolyte. I'm having a bit of a shocker. But yes, I'd say that fluid uptake is something I'm struggling with. I do have a drink here with me now that I'm sipping on. Yeah, I don't know why. The only thing I can really think of is that maybe I overdid it on Friday, thinking that I was back on track. like I said, I left early in the morning. I went to drop my dog off to be babysat. I went to my great aunt's funeral service. We then met up for lunch with a family that I haven't caught up with for a while. And then after that, I went to a farewell dinner for a colleague that evening. And then on the way home, I called in to visit my son. So I didn't get home till late. I didn't actually get home until yesterday morning because I went to pick Willow up. I'm just trying to, she wants to go inside, guys, so bear with me for a minute. She's all tangled up. Oh, come here, bug. You've got it wrapped around the chili plant. In you go, quick, quick. People don't want to be waiting. I've rattled on enough, darling. Bear with me. I've stood up to let her in and I'm not feeling great in that action. Oh, that's good advice, Jude. Thank you. I'll do that. I actually also bought watermelon yesterday. I felt like watermelon. It's probably too high in sugar, but I haven't had any yet. I just haven't been able to keep much of anything down. Excuse me for a minute. I've just got to try and get through this wave. It will pass shortly. Yeah, so I didn't get home. I got to my parents on Friday night to pick Willow up and I was just too hammered to drive home, so I stayed there the night. And then I got up. I felt okay when I got up, but then after about 20 minutes I just felt violently ill again, and I've been ill again since. So anyway, while I'm sitting still, if I don't move my head too quickly, it's not too bad. It's manageable. It's just the moving around, the motion, I think, is giving me a lot of grief. So I've been working on all these needle books, and of course, if you know me, you'd know that I have several going at once. I'm not exactly sure why this is. I have some theories, but one theory is because I get an idea, and instead of just writing it down, I start creating, because I found if I just write the idea down, I'll get to that idea in weeks or months and think, I don't remember what I'm talking about. So I usually start creating instead. So that's one reason. Another reason is I can't sit still. Another reason is sometimes I get, like this one. This is one I've been working on for a while. I get to a point where, like, I'm happy with that so far, like that page being next. I've decided I don't like the way I had done that. When I close the book, those leaves hang out, and I just didn't like the look of it, so I'm going to stitch that down. I've spoken about this a few times now and I still haven't done it. Whew, there goes another big wave of nausea. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that crochet being next. But then I've been struggling with the rest of this, so I think I'm struggling with the order, and like I've said before, no matter how hard I try to, oh my goodness gracious, keep these projects, I keep them in. Can't make a pretty needle book, but a big project I'm all good with. It is weird, isn't it? I think I get what you mean. I found for me, I'm the other way around. The bigger the project, the more I struggle with it. I used to work at an art studio teaching various different kinds of arts and crafts and things. And I found I've got a huge canvas at home. Like, I can paint if I want to paint. And I've got at home, I say at home, it's at my parents' house. This huge canvas I started, and I'm really happy with what I've done so far. And then I've just stopped. And do you think I can get back into it? No. But anyway, and even things like knitting, crochet, the bigger the project, the less likely it is that I'll get it finished. I'm much better with smaller, finer projects. So anyway, the more I try to keep these projects clean, the more they end up with dog hair. I'm not sure how. Like I said before last time, I think it must be transfer from my clothing, because I go to a lot of trouble to try and keep these. Right, look, there's one hair there. Do you think I can get the damn thing? Go to a lot of trouble to keep these wide away from the dog. But anyway, so this one. I think I'm happy with that page next. Now, I'm not content with just putting this page in. I want to either put a blanket stitch edge on it or bias binding around it. Sometimes I like to back it completely with a different fabric, but I need to keep reminding myself that I need some wool pages for the pins and needles, or it's not a needle book, is it really? So we've got, so far, that's silk, so that's not usable for pins and needles really. I'll have to look that up actually. I know with the wool's preferred because of this still, even though it's clean processed fabric, there's still enough lanolin in it that will stop, or it just drastically minimize the chance of your pins and needles rusting. So that's why I much prefer wool. So I've got this piece of wool here. I think this colour's called kumquat. And this piece, I believe, is I might get this wrong. It might be a Suspargo. I got it from Beck at Sobe. This one came in the kit. This vintage silk was from the kit from Beck, and that flower, the lining was part of the kimono. I just deconstructed it and re-added it. I've got so many projects going, it's ridiculous. If you're wondering why I'm losing track, guys, I mean, I am a bit scatty, but yeah, Deb, I lose my mojo often. Especially when I get sick like this, or if I get overwhelmed with orders and things like that. I get tired too lately. Goodness. So if you're wondering why I'm going off course, guys, it's because I'm responding to comments, so I'm not that completely scatty today. I was given Scottish tweed and wool from my auntie. It's so strong and robust, awesome to stitch through. I don't think I've got any Scottish tweed. I do have a couple of Scottish mohair scarves, which are lovely to stitch through. One of them, this is what's left of one of them. It is Suspargo. Okay, thanks, Deb. This is what's left of one of the Scottish mohairs I had. This one was full of moth holes, which is why it's now like this. But I don't think I've got any tweed. I do have quite a bit of wool suiting. Most of that was from my grandmother's, so I've been slowly cutting bits of that up. I've got so much, it's silly. Oh, you've got the same kit. Have you started it yet, Deb? So this is some of the wool suiting I've been packaging. These two pieces have sold already. It's a little bit thicker, okay. So this one's a little bit thicker than these other bits of suiting. So would that be a tweed, or is the tweed the actual pattern? I need to look that up. So that one's not as thick as, I've got more of this, guys, if anyone's interested. These 2 bits have sold this colour, but I've got more in this colour. I just haven't cut it up yet. I'm exhausted. This is a bit of wool suiting. It's just a light grey. And then I've got a green. Now this green one's a little bit heavier than the suiting. This one's a bit heavier. So it's not as thick as the blanketing, but it's a nice one, that one. It's dark though. Then I've got this dark charcoal grey. But I've got others inside I haven't cut up yet. I've got mauves, I've got a little bit of cream left. I can't remember. I've got a pile there that I've started cutting up. And then I've been doing packets of the wool blanketing as well. And again, tweed is the thread weight and the count. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jude. I'll look into that a bit more. I always thought tweed was the weave pattern. So thank you for that. I'll have to look into that and educate myself a bit more. That's very interesting. Thank you. So I have been cutting up some wool blanketing. I've amassed a huge collection of beautiful vintage wool blankets. 95% of them are unsalvageable as far as being able to keep as blankets. There are a couple there's probably more than a couple that I haven't cut into yet because they're just so beautiful. Okay, oh yes, I did know that one because my children's family on their father's side is Scottish, so we were learning about the clan tartans, if I can get that correct. Oh crikey, my head at the moment. This blue or this one that might be tweed. So I've got more of these, Deb, if you want any. I've got these 2 pieces of sold, as I said. I've got more of this one, and I've got I've only got a little bit of this one left. If there's fringing on the pieces, I've left the fringing, but I haven't included that in the measurement because I thought if you don't want to keep it there, you can cut it off, but you're still getting that same amount of textile. So they're also, every one of these except for the mohair are all Australian merino, but they're all so different. The different weave, the different quality. I don't know if, see this one here, this reminds me a lot of, it is a check. It's got blue and cream and pink check. But the construction of this one reminds me more of the army blankets that we used to get from the, what was that shop called? The Army Disposal, crying out loud. This weight reminds me more of the Army Disposal. This one, I don't know if it's got to do with the age. Are these ones older? Or are they just a different quality? I'm not sure. So yeah, this blue and pink one, and then this mauve and green one is a lighter weight wool. It's not a tweed, I don't think. It's a wool blanket. It's come from a wool blanket, but it's different. And then this beautiful colour is a bit thicker again. Now some of them, I don't have any here. Some of them are actually thicker because they've felted. But I'm sorry, whatever that comment was then, I completely missed that one. I was too busy looking in my box. Sorry guys. The felted ones I haven't started cutting into because they're just not nice quality. They're going to history. Sorry Jude, I missed your other other part of that comment. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with the felted blanketing. I can't keep it all. As you may or may not know, I'm actually trying to downsize to prepare to move. Don't know when that will happen. The house hasn't started to be built yet, but I need to start de-stashing. As you know, I've been stashing for months now. Honestly, guys, I had no idea I had amassed so much stuff. I do have little bits still coming in. I'm still collecting pieces for my own projects, but I'm trying really hard not to bring anything home if it's not something that I know I'll use or something I can take with me. Sometimes I might bring something home if I know you guys might be interested in it. But yes, I've been washing. I've spent the last 3 weeks washing wool blankets, and my goodness, it's taken a lot out of me. Well, that's interesting, Jude, because some of these are very harsh, and some of them, one I took out of the washing machine the other day, a beautiful big wool one. I think it's an Onkaparinga one. It is the softest, fluffiest blanket I've ever come across. It's just beautiful. Thank you, Jude. Yeah, I think I have been pushing myself a lot, trying to get things to happen, because I just feel like everything's in a shambles at the moment, and it's stressing me. I also managed last week or the week before to put together a few kits. I think this one's sold already. I'm pretty sure this one is sold. But this one's just a textile kit. It's got a piece of wool in it. So that's about 12 inches by 12 inches, I think. It's just a square piece, that one. And I've put a heap of vintage textiles in here. There's a lot more in there than what you can see. I didn't think of that. Yeah, I know some of the stuff that I spin has possum in it. In fact, I think it's New Zealand possum that we get here. I do. I have been putting some together, Jude. I'm just trying to make it more. I've just got so much stuff, and I've got all these bits of vintage textiles. Some I've had for years, some I've been collecting, some I've got for particular projects, but some I've got a lot of. And I've been selling bits of fabric that aren't moving as quick as I'd like, so I've started doing some kits. I've been doing kits for 12, 18 months actually. I go in waves of when I do them. But I've got, yes, that's right. I think they're our possums that are in New Zealand, and that's why they're not protected there, which makes sense, because I believe they're a big pest over there. I had one here about 18 months ago. He got caught in the back fence, the poor old bugger. I called him my warrior because he had an eye missing. He had both his ears were torn. He had part of his tail missing. He had chunks. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, you guys are both in New Zealand. How about that? He had chunks missing out of him everywhere, but the poor old man broke his leg when he got caught in the fence, so we had to have him put to sleep, unfortunately. And there's a little bit of fibre, possum fibre left in the fence, and I kept that, and I thought, oh, maybe I could spin that, but it was such a tiny amount, and it had to be blended anyway, as you probably know. So yes, this, thank you, Deb. Oh wow, really? You have a pet one? How about that? I take it it's a brush tail. I used to care for them. There's an animal reserve here in Newcastle. That's funny. There's an animal reserve here in Newcastle, and when I was younger, I used to work, brushtail, yeah, okay. Used to work at the ranger's cottage and help care for the orphaned and injured possums. We had brushtails, ringtails, sugar gliders, wallabies. We had wallabies, wallaroos, eastern greys. What else did we have? Koalas, wombats. The wombats were my favourites. I love the wombats. And I miss doing that. And I was only thinking last night, I wonder when I relocate if that's something I should get back into again, get my licence and do caring again. I don't know. There's so many things I want to do. Yeah, so I think that kit's sold. I've got, and I'm still pulling kits together, guys, because I found out, oh, that's cool. Very cool. I found out on Friday I've been invited to a market in about 4 weeks. So I think I'll get some kits together for that and get some samples finished, and because I don't know what else to do. I haven't been to a market for years. So this is another, these ones have got bits of wool as well. This one I've tried to pull a pink vintage, and they've all got, there's more than enough in here to do a textile bowl, for example, like a, you know, those textile bowls. Okay, Jude, are you able to get onto my Instagram, Jude? There should be a link in my profile, or it is Gladys and Maud Unearthed, because I'll completely forget through here. If you get on my Instagram, you can, there's some that are listed at the moment. You can just comment which ones you'd like, and then I'll get in touch with you. And please forgive me, I am a bit slow getting in touch with people at the moment because I'm feeling so unwell more than anything. So yeah, they've all got, they're not exactly the same. They're all a bit different. There's a heap of, some of the vintage fabrics are vintage fabrics that were my grandmother's, or ones that my friend gave me that have not been used. Some of them have been reclaimed from garments or, you know, clothing or whatever. I've been trying to get sort of 1930s, 1940s, but you'll see in here some of these are a bit more modern. They come up into the 90s. So they've all got vintage fabrics in them. They've all got ribbons, laces, braids, trims, vintage. There's some lovely vintage laces in these. Some medallions. We've got some vintage embroidered pieces. Most of these were reclaimed because they were damaged, so, and there's a lot more of the embroidery in the back there. I should have, what I did, I just got together putting the kits together and completely forgot to photograph them before I packaged them, so you're just seeing packaged bits. This one's got some lovely linen from the, I think that's from the 30s or 40s, this one. It's beautiful fabric, that one. Bit of ric-rac. Now these, the puffs in these aren't vintage puffs, but I've made them from vintage textiles. I don't have enough vintage puffs to put in the kits. And so I think I've got 2 pink, 2 blue. I can't remember which ones are sold. I'm pretty sure this one has. 2 pink, 2 blue. There's another blue one. Like I said, lots of vintage fabrics, some beautiful vintage lace medallions, laces, embroidered bits. They've all got the piece of wool in the back. I've got a couple of mauve ones. They're quite pretty. Now some of the pieces of fabric are just like squares, what, 2-inch squares? Yeah, some of them are only 2-inch squares, but I've put a few pieces in. Some pieces are larger. I think the biggest piece is probably, you know, that big, maybe a little bit bigger. I have folded some bits. What else is in here? What have I done with those other kits? I've also put together, they're not out here, I don't know what I've done with them. I've done 2 eco-dyed kits. They are listed on my Instagram. They're not in the box here with all the others, which is odd. So I've done 2 eco-dyed kits with lots of eco-dyed fabrics. I've done mainly linen, some of it's cotton. There might be a bit of silk in them. And those kits, I put those together initially to do slow stitched scrolls, you know, the meditation scrolls. So they don't have the wool in them, but they've got a strip of linen in them or a strip of vintage tablecloth that you can start stitching onto if you want to do a scroll. Or I could probably add a piece of wool if you prefer a piece of wool. There's beads in the eco-dyed ones. Some beautiful vintage checked beads in a little bottle. I don't know why they're not out here. I wonder if I should go and grab them to show you. And there's a pink one. I think the pink one sold from memory. But I've still got the 2 eco-dyed kits. They're over on my Instagram. So again, if you haven't seen it before, there should be a link in my YouTube profile, wherever that's gone. Or it's at Gladys and Maud Unearthed on Instagram. I wanted to show you this too. I dug this out. I'm hesitant to let this go because I love it, but I think if I keep it and use it for myself, I'll just wreck it. So I think I might list this as well. This beautiful vintage string bag. It's got hand-turned wooden handles. And it's a handmade, I assume it's macrame, I think, with this. It's like jute, but it's absolutely beautiful. I can't see anything wrong with it, any flaws or damage. The only thing I noticed is this loop here that seems to be out of place, but it also seems to be part of because it comes from that knot there and goes in and continues. So I think that was I would say manufacturing, a creationary. This is not listed yet, but I think I will list it because if I use it, I'll wreck it. I'm too hard on stuff. I'm getting a bit off course again, aren't I? Goodness gracious, I'm a klutz sometimes. So, back to the needle book. So what I was getting at was, I haven't kept going with this one. Now it's got my hair all over it. So this is where I've got stuck on this one. I think I'll put the doctor's flannel next, but then I've got all these pieces that I'd like to try and get in, and I'm not quite sure how, because a lot of these pieces came in the kit. So I've cut this piece up. I think I'll put it in like this, so we'll have pockets. But when I get fabrics like this one, Deb, this is, I don't know what your piece was like. When I got my piece of kimono, it had this silk lining inside it, but it was sort of just cut. It wasn't square. None of it was square. So I squared it off and I unpicked the lining and straightened it all up. And then this edge, when I unpicked it all, this was in the lining. I think it looked like it might have been in the back of the kimono, like a seam down the back or maybe under the arm. So when I unpicked it, I found this selvage edge. So I've tried to use that as a feature and folded that over the silk. that piece of silk there was also, it was already stitched in like that, so I've left that there as a feature as well. And then the back of it, this piece of linen came in the kit from memory, so I've just sort of rolled that over and tried to add another little pocket in there, but my silk's all rolled up a bit, which is a bit of a bugger, but I think it'll be okay. So I've done that for my cover, but the other thing, there was already a hole in this piece of silk when I got it, which is just down here. Now I've got another piece of silk left, just a little scrap that I've trimmed off. I don't know whether to patch it with the piece of silk I've got, or should I patch it with something contrasting to make it look like a feature. That's what I haven't decided yet. So that's where I'm at with that. You can see I was able to turn this edge over with the silk, but then it wasn't long enough for me to do the others, so I've done blanket. Oh, see, I've turned that edge over. I'm trying to remember if it was already attached like that, if that's why I've done it that way. I can't remember now. So I've turned that edge of silk over all the way around there, and then I didn't have enough to do this bit, so I've started with the blanket stitch, and then I had to finish this bottom edge with the blanket stitch. That's the thread that came in the kit, Deb, that corally colour. I have already run out of that, so I went and bought another skein. I ran out of that just doing what I've done there, the blanket stitch. I'm very low on it, and I've only used 2 threads, 2 strands. I've got a little bit left, not a lot. I'm not going to have enough to finish, and I've done that bit. That's a bit of that wool that we got in the kit as well. I suppose I should explain it all. This page here, as you can see, was part of an embroidered tray cloth, and it was already cut up when I got it. It was a piece that I'd got. I've used it in another project too. I was going to leave, I originally did it so these leaves would hang out, but the more I looked at it, I didn't like it, so I think I'm going to stitch those down over that edge there. Probably shouldn't keep these clips on because they are squishing it quite a bit. And then this, I've lined it with a piece of vintage damask. Yeah, okay. So I've lined this bit with a piece of vintage damask, and then I've had another bit of that tray cloth that I've just sort of appliqued on underneath there. So that's that bit. Well, let me go to the other side. Yeah, so there's another side of that piece, that front piece, and I've kept, see, I didn't have the crochet edge didn't go all the way, so I don't know if you can see here, I've done the blanket stitch with the cream, and then to try and secure this bit that was cut off, I've just sort of done a bit of needle woven bar there to join it up. And thanks, Jude, and sort of secure it down there so it doesn't come unravelled. And then so far I've just left that as that piece of linen damask lining. You will see my biro marks in there, but they're just friction markers, so they'll come out when I press it all. So I have attached that. When I think I've finished a page, I do stitch them in as I go. I find that my books sit better if I stitch in one at a time instead of doing them all at once. So instead of piling it all up and then stitching through all of it, I find if I do that, it skews and I get ripples and all sorts of things. So I do one page at a time. So I've done this, stitched that page in, I've stitched this crochet in. I think this doctor's flannel will be next, but I want to put a blanket stitch or a bias border around that first. I think this one will be going next. And again, I feel like I want to line that, but it will add to the bulk, so I haven't decided yet. And again, whether I do or don't, I will be doing a blanket stitch. That's the selvage there though. I'll probably be doing a blanket stitch or a bias trim around that. I've got this in as a page, but I'm not sure whether it will stay. It's just a piece of vintage lace, as you can see. I do have my little iron here. So I'm not sure whether this piece will stay. And if it does, I don't think I will trim or hem that. I think I'll just keep it raw if it stays. I've got another piece of this guy, which I was planning on possibly putting in like this, but I don't think it will go in next though, if it goes in. There's just so much in that kit. I think there's enough to make two, to be honest, because I got another kit, this one. It had this in it, this green vintage silk, and it also had this piece of vintage kimono, and I've separated that one kit to make two needle books because there's so much in there. I think I'll get easily get two out of that one kit. And just to clarify for those that don't know, these kits that I'm speaking about, that I've just shown you, are from Beck at So Be. These are not kits that I've created. I have added to them a little bit, but they're not my kits. Just to clear that up a bit, I suppose. There's still all this silk left from this kit, and I've used some of it as well. So I'm not sure if I'm trying to work out if I can use all of that. Oh, there we go with another big wave of nausea. Oh, bear with me for a minute, guys. So I've just folded this piece into 1, 2, 4 pieces, and look, there's probably enough to do another 4 pages with that, really. So I've still got that, but what I've done is got this little doily, and the colours just all work so well in this one. So I've backed that, I'd needle turned it around the back of that doily. And I love the neon in this too, so I don't know if I'll bring some more neon in somehow. But then I've got, this is one that see, this came in the kit, this bit of silk, and so did this. This was just a little bit, so I've attached it to that. Yeah, I've been struggling with this one for ages, Deb. I think since I got it. That's why I'm talking through it. Sometimes if I talk through it with you guys, it falls into place better. But then I did that a few weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, this is working, this is working. I pulled 2 together. And then when I got it back inside later that night, I thought, I've got the pieces all completely mixed up, and I had to start again from scratch. So I've attached this piece. This had some beautiful purple irises on the bottom here, but I've cut them off, and I've attached that to this piece. Now on the other side is another piece of that, I think it's kumquat she calls it, that felt, isn't it? But if I turn that, I open that all the way up, I wanted to do a contrast. And originally with this piece, I thought I'd just do an insertion stitch. You've got 12 pages. That is really good to know, Deb, because mine gets so thick and chunky, it's ridiculous. So I'm so glad you've got 12 pages in one. Sometimes I don't know where to stop, and lately I've been looking at them thinking, if I can still close it, I'm going to leave it in, but then how are you going to get all your needles and stuff in? But anyway, I've also got one, I think you've probably seen it, Deb. I've been doing a stitch in a pouch to put in one of them, So that's going to chonk it up a bit. So yeah, I did this insertion stitch. I tried to match that, and I'm trying really hard just to use stuff I've got at home. I'm trying not to buy any more materials. So originally, that was the closest green I had to match with this leaf here that I've done this insertion stitch with, and that is it's like a pearl 8 or something. But then when I looked at it, I thought, oh, I think it needs something else. So I've got a bag of wool, like 2-ply wool. So I decided, because I thought these were cherry blossoms, I tried to draw a cherry blossom and stitch it onto there with some 2-ply wool. The colours aren't the best, again, because I tried to use what I've already got at home. And that is why I've decided to line the back of that with the silk. But I think, should I put that way? That will open that way. But no, I think I'll have it that way. Put that page next. And then I've got, I think I know what I was going to do with that. That was going to be attached to the doctor's funnel, but if I do that there, that's going to come out of there. I've got this that I wanted to put in the centre. I need to wash that again. Look at that. How do I get so much crap on these things? So I was going to attach that to a piece of doctor's flannel. Again, look how perfect the colours are. I'm not happy with that just sitting out there on its own, so I think I'll either attach it to that. I didn't want it in that order though. Got that doctor's flannel. Possibly it could go on there, I guess. See, if I bring it down lower to there, I could turn that into pockets either side, but I don't want to lose all that pretty up there. So I might just applique that on. Is that another stain down there too? I might just applique that on the back of that doctor's flannel and leave it at that, maybe. I'm still not convinced about this page or this piece. That looks like the back. So that might even nearly be this book done. Why did I think, well, obviously I've still got a lot of stitching to do, but why did I think I wanted to try and use these bits, and I've still got other little bits that I've off-cut as well inside. But that might be that book done. So I'm going to need to trim that up a little bit yet. And again, do one page at a time, and it should be okay, I think. That might work. So there's that one. I think that one, I'm relatively happy with that one. Okay, now, what I was going to, I keep getting sidetracked here, guys. What I was going to show you was how I start. I've developed a technique for starting these needle books. Now, it's not always the same for each one. It depends what I'm going to do. For example, I've got some here I can show you. I might stick those other pieces into this bag because they might work with that, maybe. Okay. Now, if you've been following along, you might know that there's a few different ways I sort of do these or finish them. I started off by buying a kit from Beck, and I can't show you that because it's now in Canada. I finished it off and the lovely Kathleen fell in love with it, so it went over to her in Canada. And the second one I didn't have, so the first one was made from vintage quilting that I bought from Beck. That was the first one. The second one, I didn't have any more quilting, and I, at the time, couldn't afford any. So I used a piece of vintage fabric. It was a piece of brushed cotton from the 70s I used, and it's also gone to Canada. So in between being able to afford to buy bits of quilting, I've been using fabric. I told myself I was only going to use vintage fabric, but I bought these two fabrics a few months ago from Thorpe's. I bought more than two. I bought 4 pieces, sorry. And I think you'll see them in my my Gladys and Maud account, not my unearthed account, my regular Gladys and Maud account. I think I did some flat lays with those fabrics. So this is one of them. I'm all over the shop again today, aren't I? Now, this is a Tilda fabric I got recently from Thorpe's. I'd love to be able to afford enough of this to make myself a blouse. I love this fabric. But instead, I've got enough to do a needlebook. So this one's a big tall one, as you can see. And with this one, so I probably should backtrack a little bit. So most of them I like to do this running stitch that Beck talked about in her tutorials. I don't think her tutorials are up anymore, but I originally learnt to do these from Beck's online tutorials. And I like to do the running stitch, although I don't do it as a running stitch, and I'll get back to that. This one, with this Tilda fabric, I didn't want to do the running stitch over these beautiful flowers, so I drew up a grid in between, and so it's more of a, I don't know, what would you call it, a trellis? So I've gone in between in both directions this way. But before I get to that, I probably should start from the beginning. Every one I've done so far, I'm a bit all over the shop, aren't I? So here's a piece of vintage quilting, for example, that I got from Beck. So the quilting did have a backing on it. Thank you, Kathleen. I'm hoping to get your parcel in the mail this week too. I've got a couple. I found something else the other day I want to throw in it for you. I've got to remember to do that. As soon as your name popped up, I thought I've got to get that thing for Kathleen. I've got that here, actually, that piece, Kathleen. I'll pull it out in a minute, that piece that you like. So this is a piece of vintage quilting that I bought from Beck. I think it's an American piece of American cutter quilt. It did have a backing on it. The whole piece is quite delicate. All the pieces of cutter quilt, vintage cutter quilt I've bought out, quite delicate. So with this one, I decided to put a backing on it. So this is a piece of vintage cotton napkin. We think this is probably from the 50s or 60s, this napkin. And then this is a piece of vintage lace from the 50s or 60s as well that was on a baby sheet for a cot. And then I've inserted this reclaimed crochet from I think that one was from a tray cloth. While I think of it, this one's I'm still umming and ahhing over how it's going to go together. I keep changing my mind. But the piece that Kathleen was just commenting on that I've been working on is in here somewhere. This piece. So this is a piece that started off as this is another one of the napkins that I got from my cousin, one of these. This one's a placemat, but oh sorry, it's off screen. placemat. They were matching napkins in the pack. So this piece started off as a napkin. You can see the original embroidery. Sorry guys, I'm just having another big wave of nausea. This one started off as a napkin. I then added these bluebirds from a tray cloth that was damaged. These are the ones from the other side. So I attached these ones. I stitched those on. Thank you, Kathleen. It's come up better than I thought, but I look at it now. As you can see, I put the birds down and I did the blue outline around them to make them pop, and it did make them pop. But then I've done this, I did the patchwork with the like running stitch or canter style stitch over the top of it. And I didn't want to do that all the way around. I just was going to do it on one side, and then it just didn't look right. So I've come along and done some, that's colonial knots up there. I forgot I'd done those. I've done some weave stitch around this side to fill that in a bit. And then I thought, oh, this bit was just too blank. So I've appliqued some reclaimed embroidery on here from old linens, and then I've done a bit more weave stitch down the bottom to fill that in. Now I've deliberately left some negative space here because I think if I don't, it's just going to be too busy. There's already a lot there for the eye to look at. Now you might be wondering why, if it's going to be a zippered pouch, I wanted to put a bit of that petite pan up there to bring in a bit more neon pop. You're only going to see a little bit because then I'm going to put my zipper up here, and I'm not sure if I'm going to use this coloured zipper yet. I don't want to use pink because I've got pink here, but orange might work, or I'm not sure yet. I don't think I originally had the yellow in mind. But anyway, so it is turned around this way so I can insert this zippered pouch into this needle book as part of the book. Now originally I was going to use the other part of this blue napkin as the backing, but now I'm thinking I might use this piece of Tilda that's left over from the cover to pull it all together, since that, you know, the cover bit. So that's where I'm up to with that, and I'm still, as you can see, playing around with what other pages I will put in this book. The poor thing is so chonky and I keep changing my mind. So that's where I'm up to with that one. But you can see on there I've used the cutter quilt, I've put the crochet edge in there, and I've lined it, okay? Now, I didn't have to put any wadding in this one because there was already some wadding in the cutter quilt piece. The next one, oh, back to this one, and then I've also got this one I've been working on. This is another piece of Tilda. Now this piece, you can see, I didn't put the grid in because it was too hard to stitch. It was too hard to stitch between the lines and around the flowers. I did contemplate just stitching around each spray, but I decided that would be too much work. So I've just gone ahead and done the running stitch or the canter style stitch across this one. Now I'll get back to showing you how I do that because I don't do it how most other people do. Hi Kathleen. Kathleen from Canada is saying hello to everybody. We've got a couple of people on from New Zealand. Who else is on here? Let us know where you're all from, guys. So, yes, I decided to put a crochet edge on this one as well. Now this piece, I've lined, there's a piece of pellin attached to the front piece. From memory, yes, I did iron-on pellin to that front piece of Tilda. Then I've basted a piece of vintage cotton to the back of that for the lining. Now originally, if you were watching along, this one was going to be all mustards and oranges. But then I decided to add some blue because it was just too much for me. And then I've used this piece of vintage lace. I don't know what you'd call this. It's like a... Oh man. I can't remember the name. It's not tulle. Far out. Brain, come on, work. It's like a sheer lacy fabric that I would have seen in the 60s and 70s, I suppose, maybe even a little bit earlier. It was actually a large piece, so it had this along the bottom of the fabric. So it would have been used as an overlayer on a skirt or a dress or something, if that makes sense. I've got it upside down, but I've cut that off there to use that as a pocket for the lining. And then I've inserted the crochet piece and done the blanket stitch. Now this blanket stitch edge, my girlfriend gave me a bag only last week of bits and pieces, and there was a couple of these mustard coloured threads in there, and they're actually vintage linen. I should have brought them out to show you. They're beautiful. They're in a ball, like a crochet ball, but they're very lovely. So to get back to how I start these after all that, I usually choose a piece of fabric first for my cover. I always do. I think I'm pretty sure. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. I do cheat a bit though. Organza, that's it, Deb. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's an organza. Oh man, I tell you what, the names of so many fabrics have completely gone from my brain. I used to know a lot because my grandmother was a dressmaker, and I used to help her with the dressmaking and the alterations. And my great aunt, whose service I went to on Friday, she owned 2 boutique dress stores, and I worked for her. So I used to have to know what the fabrics were if people were buying them. You know, they always wanted to know. And it was most of our clients in there were professors and doctors and retirees and, you know, socialites. I had a socialite from Melbourne come up. She was a lovely lady. I don't think they were actually called socialites back in the 90s. They probably were, actually. But I remember this lady. I don't remember her name. The reason I remember her is because she had a 4-carat diamond ring on, and I was very rude and asked if I may please have a closer look at her ring, because I'd never seen anything so big in my life at that stage. And she's a very lovely lady. But anyway, the things you remember, I can't remember the names of all the fabrics after all that. Interestingly, one of the things that my aunt used to stock was pure wool garments that were made in New Zealand. And I can't remember the brand. I want to say Glengyle, which sounds Scottish, but I'm sure they were from New Zealand. I may have the brand name incorrect. But the woolen jumpers, the woolen skirts, they were all knitted. There was no woven garments. They were all knitted garments. And I believe they were most likely machine knitted, because we bought a lot of them. But back then they were very expensive for what they were. I've still got a couple of pieces here. They're a little bit moth-eaten, but anyway, they're beautiful garments. Back to the needlebooks. Now, normally I pick a piece of fabric first. Now, when I say that, I usually get, if I can't get a piece of cut-a quilt, I will then look for a piece of vintage fabric that I might have. These Tildas are an exception. I just loved that fabric. Now, I did get some new fabrics from Sue this week from the Vintage Linen Press. So some of these I'm hoping to use for needle books. Or maybe I should show you the other pieces I've gotten from Sue in the past first. Okay. So these are pieces I've gotten from Sue in the past. This is Sue from the Vintage Linen Press on Instagram. So I would classify this as an upholstery fabric. I'm going to take this out of there for now because it's a bit crunchy. There we go, it's a Kaufman soil and stain repellent. So that straight away tells me it's an upholstery fabric. I can tell by the weight of it. It's not a very heavy one. Beautiful quality fabric. Very beautiful quality. But I bought this piece either intending to use it for a needlebook or to do some thread painting. So I've had this piece for quite a while now, and I think I've forgotten to show you these pieces I've gotten from Sue. This is another piece that I got from Sue a while ago. This one is, it's a cotton, I think. It might even be a cotton blend. No, I'm pretty sure it's a cotton. And it's got these sort of rows of, of course I've done it upside down, haven't I? But that's another piece. Look at that. That's not from Sue. That would be from my dog. I don't know how she gets her drool on these when they're packed away in boxes and crates and drawers and things. Man alive. So that's another piece. And again, the reason I'm showing you these is because these are being purchased with the idea of using them in needle books primarily. No, that's not a piece from Sue. That's a piece I got from Chris, I think. I've sold half of this and I'm kicking myself now for selling it because that's a gorgeous piece. Okay, here's another piece from... Oh, I got this from Sue. I've actually sold on a couple of these pieces, but I want to keep this now because the colours are gorgeous and I'd really like to make myself something with that. I'm a big sucker for bark cloth. Love bark cloth. Can never get any pretty floral pieces though. It's the only piece I've got my hands on to date. This is another piece I got from Sue. Now this was a lot more heavily woven than I thought, but it does feel like a linen to me. It's quite chunky. I'd say it was an upholstery fabric originally. But I think this might work well for needle books as well. But we've got that beautiful spray in the centre that would be good for thread painting. So that's in the haven't decided what I'm going to do with it yet pile, with like most of these. This is another reclaimed piece I got from Sue. You can see it's got, I love this, I love these details. Don't know if I'll utilise them yet or not because I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But it's a very pretty spray. This is either a cotton or a cotton linen blend, I think. Very lovely piece of vintage fabric, that one. So again, not sure. Some of these pieces, I think, will be wasted on a needle book. That's just how I feel sometimes. I don't know. I might change my mind. And then this was a gifted piece from Sue, which is beautiful. I did look at it and ummed and ahed and look at that. So I think this would be good for a needle book. It's got a, look at that. See this? These details, I love these details like that. And I'd love to utilise that in a piece that I create somehow. I love it. Absolutely love the wear and tear, and sometimes I'll utilise it, sometimes it depends what it is, depends what it looks like. There's all sorts of... The last, I've had a few businesses over the years, but the last one I had, I actually made books from damaged products, damaged fabrics and torn and stained and whatnot. So they're ones I've gotten from Sue in the past. These are ones, oh, there's another piece inside. There's a couple of pieces I've forgotten, but these are ones that came last week. Just got another big wave of nausea, guys. Bear with me. I'm getting really off track here again today, aren't I? I tend to do that, don't I? Here's another beautiful, look at this. I think this would be a good needle book, some of this. This is a reclaimed piece because it's got hems on it. It's, the fact it says Duracolor, I haven't looked this up, makes me think this was possibly an upholstery fabric as well. It's not overly heavy. I think it's cotton. But look at those. Isn't that so pretty? I think that would be great for a needle book, that one. Then I've got this one. This isn't what I expected. Sue said this was quilting fabric, but I think it's actually an upholstery fabric, this one. It's heavier than a quilting cotton. It's not woven, I mean it's a woven fabric, but the design's not woven. I've got some pieces similar to this and the designs are actually woven into it. This one's not woven. It's a hode, there you go. I'll have to look that up. I do know the hode name and I do believe they are upholstery, but that's a beautiful piece, that one. I think that would make a nice needle book. Some people use these to make cushions, which is absolutely fine, of course. Got this little bit of cotton from Sue as well. I just thought it was a cute little, it's quite a lovely piece of quality cotton. It's, I was going to say, it feels more like a drill, but it's not. It's nowhere near that heavy. It's a quilting cotton, but it's a beautiful quality. So I thought that was a cute little ditzy. I don't know what I'll do with that one. Add to my ditzy collection. Then I bought another piece of this. I didn't realise I already had a piece. So I've got another piece of this Kaufman that I got a while ago. So got another piece of that. And then I got this piece, and this is definitely an upholstery fabric. There's no label on it, but I actually think this is got linen in it. It's quite a, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I actually think it's a Sanderson, to be honest. I'll have to do a reverse image search, but this design I have seen before. I've got a blue piece, but the blue piece is 100% linen, but it's the same design, or very similar. So I've got a feeling this might be a bit of Sanderson. Not sure what I'm going to do with that yet. It's quite a hefty piece. I think there's over 1 metre there. It's not overly wide though. And it's almost a canvas. It's beautiful fabric. It has to be an upholstery fabric. I'm just looking at it still off screen, sorry guys. The flowers are big. I mean, it would be great on a needle book, but can I come up with something better than a needle book for that? I don't know yet. I also bought this. This is definitely Sanderson from Sue in reclaimed. Look at this. It is absolute. This is not at all the print that I would normally go for, but I fell in love with it and I had to have some Sanderson. Now Sue said this is cotton. I actually think it's a linen. It's beautiful. So I might even make a needle book with some of that. Look at the images. It's just gorgeous. I'll have to do a bit of research on this one too. Beautiful fabric. So I was very happy with those. And then she threw in a couple of little gifts for me that really I got a bit emotional about, because they're fabrics that I've been trying to get my hands on for years. They're reclaimed, I think, from duvets. Now the reason I've been trying to get hold of them is because my great uncle used to have a duvet. I think his was blue. It might have even been this green colour. But yeah, when I saw, I think it was Sue unpicking these ages ago, I thought, oh, I'd love to get some of that. Didn't think I would. I don't think this is the original colour I saw, but I'm very happy with that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. A needle book. I'm a bit addicted to these needle books. So that was a gift from Sue, which made me quite emotional. And this piece as well. Look at this. Isn't it gorgeous? You can see, I think, even though it's been meticulously cleaned and pressed and it's been unpicked, I'm assuming, see these darker bits down here? I'd say that's where the channels were stitched, I'm assuming, but absolutely adore that as well. So that's where I start, with a piece of fabric, okay? So I choose a piece of fabric I want to use. I won't use that for this demonstration because they're lovely vintage pieces. Let's get a piece. I wanted to do another piece of this one actually. Oh, that'd be nice. I thought I brought it out here. I wanted to do another bit of this cherry print. It doesn't look like it's here. What a buffhead, forgetting to bring that out. I thought I picked it up. However, oh, it is here. Because I've got other things I was going to show you as well. It's here with these fabrics that I got from Beck last week or the week before that I didn't want to forget to show you. So I found this, no, that's right. I love it. I love the imperfect bits. I found this little piece of fabric that I fell in love with. I've been coveting it for ages, for years even, but I decided to cut a bit off this morning. So this is what I've done so far, but I thought I'd show you how I get there. Now, since I've been doing that's a bit small, isn't it? It might work so though. Let's try with this one, hey? Since I've been washing the wool and cutting them into, I've been cutting them into pieces that are at least 12 inches by 24 inches. These ones. So I embrace the wonk, yes, absolutely. You know what? The amount of times I try and remind myself that, it's ridiculous. Because you've probably already worked out I'm an absolute perfectionist, and I'm not sure where that's come from. My dad, I think. Dad was a drafter, and I used to have to practice my handwriting every evening after I'd finished doing my maths homework, which I hated. I used to cry because I hated mathematics so much. But anyway, just spotted a hair in there. I'll have to take that out. These are clean, guys. They've been sanitized. They've been washed. They've been brushed and ironed and softened. So all the wool blanketing is as clean as I can get it. But I've just spotted a hair in there. Me too. It's like you're stitching in the moment. Who cares what anything? Well, yeah, absolutely. I've got to shift my mindset back to that. If Jude's just said you've got to stitch in the moment, not care what anyone else thinks, and I absolutely agree. But I beat myself up too much. My brain still struggles to let go. I actually joined, I don't know if you've heard of the Ugly Art Club on Instagram. It's run by Tiffany of Southern Girl Designs and DD Catron and the lovely Kristen Peterson. And I joined that at its inception, the Ugly Art Club. And one of the main reasons I joined the Ugly Art Club was to try and get outside of my head and learn how to embrace the wonk and create ugly art. And I have progressed significantly, but I still get very pedantic with some of my stitching, if that makes sense. So because I've been cutting up these pieces, and because some of them have had big holes in them, yeah, Deb, I agree. After a couple of wines, you can well and truly embrace the wonk, absolutely. Yes, it does help sometimes. Because I've got little bits of pieces, like my scrappy pieces, I've got all these little pieces that, you know, I might even put together some bags with just these different bits, different sizes in them. I don't know if they'll be much good for anything, but for me, and I mean, I'm never going to use all this, guys, and this is just the tiniest fraction of what I've got. So, look, here's another pile. So what I was thinking of doing with some of these, I've got, as I said, I've got a market I've been invited to in a couple of weeks, about 4 weeks. So I want to make a few little things. So this is what I do to make my needle books. Primarily, there might be some slight alterations on these steps, but this is pretty much what I do. So if I don't have a piece of pellin, I'm going to use this wool. The reason I'm using this wool today is because I've got pellin in there. And if you don't know what pellin is, I think it's a brand name, pellin, but it's this thin iron-on wadding. I'm going to use this because I've got so much, I don't want to throw it out. I don't want to waste it, so I'm going to try and utilise as much as I can. So this is a little bit that I've trimmed off. Now, I want to put, I'm not sure if I need a border around this yet or not. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it, but I'm just going to lay, yeah, they can be used. I've actually, Deb, kept all the tiny little thin strips that I've trimmed off when I've squared them off in a bag. I've got a massive big bag at the moment of tiny little thin strips, because I'm thinking they could be used to stuff pin cushions, for example. So I've got a lot. I might even put them up for people too, because I've just got that much. It's silly. So what I do here, and again, this is a very scaled down version of how I do it. As you can see, I normally do these, I like these big sizes, but let's do a little mini scaled down version so I can show you what I do. We're going to utilise some of this wool blanketing, so I'm not just discarding it. And again, this isn't always exactly how I do it, but for the purpose of using this wool blanketing, this is how I'm going to do it. This is how I do a lot of my needle books. And again, this is the perfectionist coming out in me, doing it this way. So I might have to get rid of my little match here because I don't want to iron it. I got these a few weeks ago. I saw them, I had to have them. There was a set of them, set of the placemats. There's a set, I think this is the table centre. There's a set of matching placemats, a set of matching coasters. There's one coaster missing. There's 5 coasters instead of 6. And then there's 2 of these guys that I assume were for serviettes. That's my dryer cloths for my iron in there at the moment. But I saw those in a bag a few weeks ago and I had to have them. Probably spent way too much money, but I love them. So anyway, I'm going to move that out of the way. Try and stop rambling on so much. Now this was gifted to me recently, this ironing mat, but it's a very inferior one. It's not, it's it's synthetic felt. It's not wool felt. It's very thin, and it's not a very good one. So even though I'm going to use it because it was gifted to me, but it's not great. So I am pedantic about pressing my fabrics when I'm making something. I often use starch. This has just got water in it at the moment, but I usually refill this. I make my own starch now. Well, I say I make it. I'm currently using a vintage starch from the 50s. That was my great uncle's, and I need to try and get some more because I'm running very low on it. And what I do is get a little cup. I put a teaspoon of the starch in the cup, and I add a tiny bit of cold water, just enough to make a paste. Then I put boiling water on it, or boiled water, and it thickens up, you know, just half a cup maybe. And then I pour that into here, fill it up with cold water, make sure it's all mixed up, and then I add a couple of drops of dishwashing liquid and a couple of drops of essential oil, and that's my starch that I use. But today I've just got water in there. So I like to starch or water my fabric, give it another good press. Sometimes I stretch the fabric a bit, and I do that on purpose. It depends what the fabric is and what I'm doing. So quilters would know that you're supposed to just, instead of sliding, so nice and pressed, as flat as I can get it. And then this has been pressed. I've wet that and pressed it and steamed it as much as I could. I do that with all of the wool blanketing. And then, so we're imagining this is a nice big, I mean, you can do any size you want. I will use this, but I'm just going to do a small one so I can show you, get through it a bit quicker. Okay, so any size you want. Okay, now what I do next is get my needle and thread. This is that, this one bit doesn't have the label on it, but this is one of those vintage linens that I was gifted recently. Absolutely beautiful fibre. It has a gorgeous sheen and it's just beautiful. You can tell it's linen, but the other one's got a label on it. I've left it inside. So I want a needle, and I just want some sewing cotton. So let's just use this for now. This will do. Sometimes I do a very obvious contrast in this thread so I can see where it is when I want to remove it. I've broken my glasses, so I can just manage to balance these on the tip of my nose at the moment to do my stitching. So, okay, get some cotton. I usually use, well, this is vintage technically. I bought this when I was working, and it's been at least 15 years, I reckon, since I was working there. Thread my needle. Now, sometimes I don't always use the correct needle these days. I use whatever I've got. I used to be quite pedantic about using the correct needle for the job. Okay, thread the needle. Now, I put a knot on this one. I don't often use knots, but this is one case I will use a knot. And no matter how big the piece is, oh, sorry, I missed some of that, Jude. I only got the first half of that one. Oh, that's frustrating, isn't it, that I can't see? The comments don't stay very long. So you can, as I said before, you can this can be a piece of iron-on pellet, or you can get a piece of wadding and a piece of Lysafix and iron it on. Okay? You can easily do that. But for the sake of using as much of this wool as I can, I'm going to do it this way. You might want to, I don't have any out here, you might want to use some pins and pin it down. I find I don't have to if I have a hard surface underneath me. Okay, so how I do it is move this mat out of the way a bit. So I've got a hard surface. Now sometimes I get a bit pedantic again, depends how big the piece is. Because this is quite a small piece, it's less obvious. So I've just folded that to mark the centre. Okay. Put my wool down, try and centre that. Again, it's not a huge deal if it's not, look, it's not very square, but try and centre that. Then I go back to my needle and thread. Now this bit's important. Oh, I'm so sorry, I missed that again. I just saw it as I looked up. It's right in front of my face, the screen today, but if I look down at what I'm working on, I miss the comments. It's very frustrating. And now I've managed to put a knot in two pieces, so instead of trying to undo that, I'm just going to snip it off. Okay, let's start again. Get our tail, put a knot in it. I'm just doing one of those silly rolled knots. Don't even worry with a quilting knot for this. I'm going to start in the middle. This is the most important bit. Doesn't matter what size it is. I've done it on this one. You can see that knot sticking up in the centre there. I've done it on these Tilda ones. I've done it on the vintage quilt ones. I do them all the same. So we start in the centre. I go straight through the front so I can see it when I want to undo it. And then I just start basting. So all I'm doing here is basting my cover fabric to the piece of wool. I go from the centre out to the edge. Make sure it all lies flat as I go. And then I turn and go back towards the centre. Make sure we're not pulling it too tight. Now because this is only a small piece, I'm doing smaller basting stitches. Oh, there goes that big wave of nausea again. I didn't even move my head then, I don't think. Maybe I moved my eyes. Okay, so I'm going past the centre now, and I keep sort of pressing it out as I go with my hands to make sure I'm not getting any puckers. Go all the way over to this other edge. So I've started here. I've started here in the centre. There's a knot there, maybe I can... I've got a new phone, guys, too. After 6 months of not having a, well, longer than that, not having a working phone. It's new to me, it's not brand new, but I'm very happy with it. I bought a phone from my son's girlfriend. So here's my centre knot, and I've worked from the centre out to this edge. Now I've only stopped there at the edge of the wool. I haven't taken it all the way to the edge of the fabric, okay? So centre, work outwards, come down, and then I'm working my way back towards the centre. I've come all the way over to this edge. Now I'm going to turn again, and I'm going to go up towards that original centre knot. as you can probably tell, I have moments where I don't feel too bad, and then all of a sudden I'm just getting these big waves of nausea. Now, when I get to this centre knot, instead of running into it, I'm going to step up and continue. Still making sure it's all nice and flat as I go. Continue working towards the other edge again. Now, once I get my two foundation rows, sort of two here, this ends up with three over here. Now I'm turning back down towards the bit I've already stitched. I'm not going to zigzag, I'm going to start going in a spiral now. I don't know if that's a car or sort of sounds like a car or a cement mixer. Don't know what it is. So now I'm starting to come along the bottom here. Now, does everyone understand why I'm doing this? Or would you like me to explain more as to why I'm doing this? I'm choosing old school techniques for several reasons. One, because I like to try and do as much as I can traditionally, just because I like it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not using the Vlisafix or the iron-on Pellin in this instance, so I want to make sure when I do my running stitch, my fabric's not going to move away from my base. So instead of filling it with pins, I'm just going to use these tacking stitches to baste it together to hold it in place. So it is time consuming. A lot of people don't like to spend the extra effort, which I completely understand. And to be honest, you might not like the final look doing it this way. I like the neatness that's achieved. Some people like it more rustic. And again, I will make more rustic items sometimes. It depends what I'm doing. If you look through my Gladys and Maud Instagram, not my Gladys and Maud Unearthed, I've got a just Gladys and Maud one. If you look down through that feed, you'll see some of the things I've done that are very rustic, very wonky. I've certainly embraced the wonk. So now I'm getting to the end of this piece of cotton, and all I do is, let's see how short the tail is. When I get to that far, I'm just going to do more of a traditional running stitch. So I just leave that tail out, okay? But I haven't basted it all. You can see on the back, there's still sections up here I haven't basted. I could potentially go closer to this edge. Now, with the edges, I will often leave a gap around the edge so I can insert a crocheted edge that's been salvaged from something else. I don't have any out here to use at the moment, so I don't know if I can show you that. So I'm just pulling some more cotton off the reel. I'll thread my needle. And again, putting a knot. I've just licked my finger, wrapped the thread around, and I roll it over itself and then tighten it down. It makes a messy knot most of the time. but I quite sort of want that because I want to see where my knot is. So that tail ended over here, so I'll just go back in. There's the tail there where my thumb is. I'm just going in at this stitch, not that it's going to matter too much at this point, being so close to the edge. Now I want to see these knots, that's why I've left them chunky and at the top of the fabric, because when we're finished doing our running stitch or cantha stitch, we're going to take all this out. So now I'm just coming all the way up this side because I've got this whole section I haven't basted yet. So I'm just running up here and I'll come across this top. So what I do try and do, I don't know if I got distracted there, I must have. Yeah, I did. I must have done a zigzag instead of a spiral, that's why I've still got all that up there. I'm not paying attention. So ultimately we want to start in the middle, go to one edge. The reason we do that is because you pull the center out as you stitch. You should technically start from here again, start from there, go out, start from there, go out. And I will do that on the bigger pieces. And then I start to spiral. And by doing that, you've got less chance of your fabric bunching as you're basting. And then that will hold it down onto your backing, which is less chance of it bunching when you're doing your running stitch, if that makes sense. So if I was just to go, you know, zigzag, 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 the fabric creeps up and bunches a bit, ever so slightly, but by the time you're finished, you get these ripples in it, which I don't want. So I try and start from the center, work outwards with my stitches, sort of slightly pull it with my fingers as I go, and then you're less likely to get any bunching. So obviously I wasn't paying attention with this bit because I'm listening to that noise that's next to me. Next door must be wood chipping or something. I can hear them chopping and snipping. They have been working in the garden the last few weeks. So, not paying attention with my spiraling. So I'm sort of using my thumb very gently, just pulling that out as I'm stitching to try and make sure I'm not getting any ripples or significantly lessening the chance of those ripples. So that last stitch is right on the edge of that wool there. So now I'm just going to turn and work back the other way. Now you might be asking why I've left an overhang of fabric, and I will tell you why. Because once we start, if I cut it the same size as the wool, once we start stitching, the fabric will pull in ever so slightly. It's quite nice today. I do have a thermometer underneath that pile of fabric over there. It feels to me like it's probably about 26 degrees, but since I've had this infection, I'm also struggling to recognize how hot it is. Got up to 46 the other day and it was warm, but I wasn't that uncomfortable. But mind you, I'd been out on a fire a few days before, so maybe I'm just not noticing the heat as much. It's the humidity that gets me. I don't cope with the humidity. If it's a dry heat, which it has been a dry heat here lately, the last week or so, it's much more manageable, the dry heat. So I'm just going to, sometimes I'll do a holding stitch. So I've pretty much basted all that down now, okay? So what I would normally do, I've just saw that space there is just wide enough that it's rippling a little bit. So I might just run my stitch through here if it doesn't knot up. That one's just a little bit wide. I can see more ripples, but they're not going to be as bad when I sit it down. But this one's just bubbling up ever so slightly that I don't like it. So I'm just going to stitch it down. So I've just gone through the center of that wider space there to hold it down. Because I want to finish now, I like to do a holding stitch, and by holding stitch, there's where the threads come out. So I'll just come in, you know, a centimetre away, come back up near there, and that's usually all you need to do. I might do two. We don't want them too close, because if we do them too close, they'll be too hard to get out. So I've just done a little double stitch and I'll cut the tail off. And that sort of just helps that to stop unraveling, not that it's likely to. Right, so that's how I start my needle book covers, okay? If I don't have iron-on Pellin or whatnot, if they're not already padded. Next thing, I decide, I didn't get to tell you this overhang. There's a couple of reasons. If I, you know, a bigger one, I'll bring it back out. I might do on my running stitch and decide I want to turn the edge over. So I can turn the edge over, do my mitered corners, fiddly little mitered corners. And then one's a bit far off. So I can do mitered corners here, do a ladder stitch or a quilting mattress stitch in that corner to stitch it down, do an invisible stitch in my mitered corner. Oops, hang on. So I can stitch that up if I wanted to, and then invisible stitch or hem stitch these sides down, do my mitered corners if I want to after I've done my canter stitch, and then I can do a layer on top, like a lining on top. The other reason I leave an edge is because when I do start the canter stitch, you can see it's already starting to pull a bit. I shouldn't iron straight onto the table. Each stitch I do pulls the fabric in ever so slightly. So if I was to cut it the same size as the wool, by the time I'm finished, it would be sitting in, you'd see the wool hanging out, if that makes sense. So what we want to do now is, I like to draw lines to follow if I'm doing a running stitch like this. What's the bet? I don't have a straight edge out here. Of course I've forgotten to pick one up. You think there'd be something in my bag of tricks that I could use? I'm just looking for a straight edge, guys, or a ruler or something. What about... That won't work because I need to be able to measure. This is frustrating. I don't think there's one in here. I need one of my little quilting rules. How would you guys feel about waiting while I go inside to grab one? Would that be okay? Would you be happy to sit there and look at nothing while I go and get one. Here, I'll give you some vintage buttons to look at. Maybe that might be exciting. I don't know. I'll pull some of these out. There you go, you can have a look at some... Thank you, Jude. Have a look at some vintage glass buttons while I go and look for this straight edge. Oh, I stood up too quick again. Okay, guys, I don't know how to pause it, so you can sit and look at the... If I can get through the door. Okay, I'm coming back. Of course, I couldn't find any of the small ones, so I got one of my big honking ones, but at least I'll be able to show you. I'll put these buttons out of the way. Oh my goodness, I've taken about 10 steps and my head's all over the place and I'm struggling to not throw up again. Maybe I've got one of those, you know, when you get crystals in your inner ear or something and you get that nausea sort of many years or something, I can't remember. I think I'm going to have to go back to the doctor though. Okay, anyway. This is what I do next. So decide which direction I want the stitching to go. This time I might have it running. If this is how the needle book goes. If it's going to open like that, I might do the stitches running. Yeah, it's not so much unbalanced though, it's just dizziness and nausea. That's not horrendous dizziness. I've had much worse. And it's knocking the wind out of me too. Now this is going to be a bit tricky because I normally trim that edge and I haven't done that because I don't want to. So I might just fold that for now. I wonder if I should press it. Let's have a look. Whew. See if I can have a quick little... Running out of room, guys. Just going to press this edge over if I can. I probably should tack it down, but then I'll have to untack it again. So, the reason I'm doing this is because I want a starting point. So I've pressed that edge down, tried to make it nice and crisp, and then this rule is too long. This is one of my tricks. Everyone says, how did you get your stitching so straight? I cheat. So this is just like a heat dissolvable pen. It's not a very neat line, is it? Now what I've found is if I follow, hang on, I'll try and show you. I'm marking it every 1/4 inch, okay? Maybe I should. Is that a bit better? What I found, if I mark it, if I move my 1/4 inch marker, this first one in, to the last line I've drawn, they creep up wide, they get wider and wider as I go. So what I tend to do is, so I'm up to drawing my 3rd line, so I'll put my 3rd line on the rule against that edge. If I can keep it still without throwing up. Okay. And it is a bit tricky because I'm drawing over those basting stitches that we've just put in. So be aware of that. You've just got to sort of gently go over. That one was a little bit too dark. Okay, the 4th. So we're up to 1 inch in now. Next one. This is a bit boring, isn't it? Maybe I should have done this on the smaller one so I'm not taking as long. Okay. I mean, I can stop there. That should be still enough to get me started anyway, shouldn't it? You know what else I forgot to pick up? Something to stitch with. Okay, let's stop there. I can come back and do the rest later so you're not watching me do that all day. Now to do my surface stitch, now I've got to make sure that bit I folded over, I pressed over, we don't want that to stay there because I don't want to stitch it in under. I'm going to try and sit down again, guys. So what I want now is something to stitch with. What have I got? Okay, hopefully there's something out here I can use. I'd prefer white, I think. I don't like that blue, it's not the right colour. I've got 3 different pinks in this purse, but nothing. I've usually got white out here. What's in this one? Another pink and a yellow. Goodness gracious. No, that's for that other one anyway, I'll run out. These are all vintage threads that I've got. So I've got to be careful. Some of them I've only got like half a reel of one colour, so if I start to use it, I need to make sure I don't use it on another project and run out. Okay, what's in this bag? Another cream. I should have white inside, but I'm not going to go back inside. Oh, I've spotted a white one in another bag. Hang on, bear with me. Oh, I just found a bit of crochet too. Okay, I've spotted some white. No, it's not even white. You silly goose, it's... Look at that blue. No, that's way too blue. It's off-white. It's better though, isn't it? Alternatively, I've got this bag of threads. I don't think I want to use blue. I'm not going to get the right colour if I use blue. I've got a Shishiko thread. Oh, another Shishiko thread. That's a better one, isn't it? You know what I do have? I wonder if this will work. What about that Shishiko thread in that colour? Sorry, I missed that question. Can you please put that up again? I'm so sorry. I'm asking you to type that again. Can you please? It just flashed in front of me. I completely missed it. If you can put it back up there, if that's okay. I'm watching intently this time so I don't miss it. Give me a, I probably can't give me a thumbs up, can you? I don't know. Can you let me know if running stitched is humble and very tactile? Yeah, I'm going to show you, Jude, how I do it. I do it differently. And there's a reason why I do it differently. Was that the question? Did you have the question, Jude, that I missed? There was a question that came up. I'm watching. That's the wrong blue. Oh, it was Kathleen, was it? Kathleen, could you please put that question up again? I completely missed what you were asking me. It just flashed in front of me. Why do you choose to do a running stitch all through your cover? I just like the look and I like the feel of it. There's really no other reason. I like to, so Kathleen's asking why I do running stitch on my covers. I think I just like I like the texture and I like the look. Have I done one? I don't think I've done one without running stitch. This is probably the only one that's, oh, I have done another one. So this one's not exactly running stitch, it's, you know, that trellis, so there's not as much on there. Another reason I like to do it is because I like to hold those layers of fabric together nice and firmly. I don't like them to move and pucker and bulge and whatnot. But the only one that I haven't done anything on is this vintage quilt. You can see the hexagons have been stitched. It does lay it nice and flat, Jude, yeah, and I like that. I think that's part of my perfectionism as well, that I need to ease up on a bit sometimes. So this piece of quilt was already done, so I haven't done anything to it. It's basted down still. Yes, there's still quite a bit of texture on this one. All through your cover. Yeah, I like the look, I like the texture. This one, even though this is done, how can I explain it? This is old, as you can see, it's worn, it's probably been pressed countless times. I'm fairly sure this is feed sack. So there's still a bit of texture in the fabric itself, not a lot. And then it's got the wrinkles that have formed over the years that I love. And I didn't want to lose any of that vintage look or texture on this one, so I haven't done anything to that. These basting stitches will come out, these big stitches I've put in. That was simply to hold the lining in place and the lace while I stitched the crochet and the blanket stitch in. I do keep the basting stitches there until I've sewn all my pages together, because I found if I take it out beforehand, I'll get movement in that fabric again, and sometimes I'll end up with the lining buckled up or something. So I'd leave those basting stitches there until the very end, until it's all put together. So coming back to what I can use on this one, I'm still tossing up. Do you think that'll be too much red on there, won't it? If I use that, it's perfect colour. We've got nearly the same red, cherry red in this darker section. Yeah, seed stitch is another one good for texture. I don't often use seed stitch, would you believe? I think for me with seed stitch, I struggle to get the irregularity. So you know how with seed stitch you should technically do them all in different directions. I really struggle. They end up all going in a similar way. So I do struggle with seed stitch. This is quite, I don't know what this is. It's an anchor, it's a pearl 5. Okay, that's why it's a bit chunky. But you know what? Let's go with this one because it will exaggerate what I want to show you, I think. Oh, there goes my head again. Yeah, it would take practice, I suppose, Jude, like anything else. I just get frustrated with it. It's not one of my favourite. It's a bit like, I hate French knots. Absolutely hate French knots. But I love a colonial knot. I find colonial knots easier to do, and I like the way colonial knots will sit on the fabric. I don't like French knots. I'm just looking for a needle big enough to thread that pearl 5 through, because of course I don't seem to have one on me that it will thread through. Where did I put that other bag with all the needles in it? Oh dear. Yeah, I should have, I probably should have grabbed another drink when I went inside, Jude. I didn't think I'd be out here this long. Safety pins won't be any good to stitch with. Do you know, I've normally got needles everywhere, and when I want one, I mean, I've got needles here, they're just not big enough. Let's have a look in this bag. Oh, goodness me. If I lean forward, that's not very pleasant at the moment. Oh, these might work. These look like cruel, maybe. They've got a big eye. But they came like this. I only got these recently. I think there's 4 in here for 50 cents. And they're in this piece of synthetic felt, and yeah, they've rusted. See I thought they were. Oh, guess what, guys? I've just discovered if I touch the screen I can see what you're saying. Oh my goodness, I can scroll all the way back down through everything you've written. Oh, crikey, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, how about that? So that one's got quite a bit of rust on the end there. That one doesn't look too bad, but it's a bit of a crowbar, that one. Right, let's see how we go here. I always cut my working thread much longer than it should be, because I'm lazy and I hate getting another piece so often. But as I've said before, and you probably already know this, your working thread should only go from your fingertips to your elbow. You shouldn't really work with anything longer than that, mainly because the thread fatigues. It frays. Well, if my embroidery tutor saw what I was using, she'd smack me on the back of the knuckles. She was a taskmaster, I tell you what. One of my tutors, I would do some work, think I'd so proud of what I'd done, and she'd make me undo it. If it wasn't up to scratch, she'd make me undo it and do it again. I remember one piece I did, I can't remember what style of embroidery it was, but instead of, I'd embroider a bit, and instead of ending it off, I travelled to the next piece in that colour. So when she held it up to the light, she could see all the bits of thread where I'd travelled. She made me unpick it all and do it again without travelling. Just doing a quilter's knot with this. I don't know if this will work because this pearl 5 is quite chunky. Now, as I said earlier, I don't often use knots. Actually, I will cut that off. I won't use this. Sorry, I'm not thinking straight. Okay, so I'm going to start my first row, okay, of running stitch or cantha style stitch. Taking the thread for a walk. Yeah, that's right, taking it for a walk. That's another way to say it. I didn't think of that. So when I start, okay, if I want to start down here, which is, the beginning where you start, I'm only going to stitch the fabric on top of where the wool is. I'm not going to come over the edge here where there's no wool. So what I do is I will come in, I might zoom in a little bit. So if I want to come up here to start, I'm going to bring the needle on the back side and I'm going to just run it in between the wool, not between the fabric and the wool, but I'm trying to get it wedged in the center of the wool. It's probably maybe half an inch. Pull the tail in, just tuck the tail in. I mean, you can trim that off, but I've just tucked that in. And then where this has come out, I'm just going to run right beside it, back in towards that corner, and I've pretty well come out. That doesn't always happen. Pretty well come out where I've gone back in. Now, I'm squeezing that between my thumb and forefinger. It's not as hard with this pearl 5. When I use a crochet cotton or a pearl 8 or a pearl 12, it's a bit more challenging. So you can see I've just threaded that in the wool. And that's my start instead of using knots, because you don't want to be able to hold your needle book and feel the knots through it, okay? So I try not to use any knots. I've done that as my start, and I'm going to come up from the back and start my running stitch. Now, this is where I talk about I don't actually do a running stitch. And there's one main reason I don't do it. So most people will do a running stitch like this and load their needle up and then pull it through, okay? That's probably what you're all familiar with. There's probably two reasons I don't like doing that. The first reason is because doing it that way, especially using this thick thread, I don't get the stitches as small as I would like them. So I like to try and keep my stitches, no matter what I'm doing, only about, let me think, yeah, about 1/4 of an inch. So 1/4 of an inch long and 1/4 of an inch space in between them. And I don't measure them, I just try and do it. If I did that as a running stitch, if I load my needle, I can't get them that small. I like them that small because this is the second reason. As you can see, I'm going up and down, almost doing stab stitch or seed stitch, because when I stitch like this, that thread sits quite high on the fabric. I don't know if you'll see. Can you see? Can you see how high that's sitting? And it's quite textured when you run your finger over it. It's very bumpy. Whereas if I go, I'll try and do some running stitch. If I do running stitch, the thread will lay down in the fabric. I'm trying to get them the size I like, which is challenging with this method. So there's my running stitch, okay. Pull it nice and firm. Not too tight, I don't want to gather the fabric. But if you can see the difference, can you see here? This thread's worked out very good for this demonstration actually. Can you see here where I've done the running stitch? It's laid down in the fabric. Whereas when I do the up and down stitch, it sits proud on top of the fabric. Can you see the difference there? So when I run my fingers over it, I can barely feel the running stitch. It's blended, it's laying down in that fabric and in the wool. Whereas these ones are sitting really high and they feel really knobbly, and I like that. I have nerve damage in my fingertips, and for some reason that texture I find very soothing under my fingers. So I often catch myself, 99% of the time I wear denim jeans. I don't have them on today. But I'll often catch myself not realising I'm doing it. I probably do it a lot more than I do. I'll rub my fingers on my thighs like this over the denim, because the texture eases the nerve pain in my fingertips. So if I make the texture on these needle books, it's a similar texture, but they sit higher. The thread sits higher, and I find it quite soothing. I'll sit there for ages sometimes. So you might notice some of my needle books are a bit grubby. It's because I'm doing this often. I need to wash them. So yeah, that's why and it is very time consuming doing it this way. People will often comment that I think you have, Kathleen, and I know Beck did when I took my work into the shop, commented how neat my stitching is, and I thought it was because I draw my lines. I thought that's what people meant. But I'm starting to think it might also because I do these up and down stitches instead of the running stitch. So there we go. That's as much as I can probably show you today as far as starting to construct these book covers. Is there anything else that you guys would like me to show you today? Let me know in the comments and I'll be more than happy to show you. Oh, good night, Kathleen. Thank you. I was starting to think it was probably quite late for you. It was very good to see you here, Kathleen. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope to see you next time. I don't know when I'm going to hop on. This morning was very impromptu because I've been so unwell. I spent most of yesterday in bed, which drives me bonkers. So I thought I would, when I had to come up to let Willow out, I thought I'd just sit down Hasn't been too bad doing this, as long as I don't move my head too quickly or get up. I don't feel too bad. But yesterday I tried to cut some more fabrics and pull some. I have a custom order that I'm halfway through pulling together, and I tried to finish it off and I just couldn't stop vomiting. It was horrible. So if there's anything you want me to show you, if you've got any questions, if there's anything here you'd like to look at again, let me know and I'll pull it out, or I'll show you, or I'll... See, the other thing is, I don't know if you can see, where I've done that little bit of running stitch, the fabric's already puckering. And don't get me wrong, some of the ones I see that people do all that and the fabric does pucker, I think it looks fabulous. And it would probably give you a similar texture too, I reckon. Oh, I was going to show you, I got some more things from Beck the other day. I don't think I've got them all out here though. I bought this whole kit. I got this whole kit just for that piece of fabric there that I think is Sanderson. That's all I wanted, that piece of fabric in the back there. And a piece of that tape measure. I haven't been able to find any of those. I'll do purchase blue and pink. Okay, Jude. If you're not on IG, I'm just trying to work out. Oh, gee, I don't know how to do it. It's easier, I think, to look at what's listed on Instagram, and then if you just comment on it, then we can go from there. Just know, Jude, though, that I don't respond to the comments right away. Sometimes it takes me days, and that's because I try to keep your comments there before I enter them all into my book, because as soon as I comment on them, I lose them. So I wait until they all line up, and then I'll enter them in my book and then go back, and then we'll go from there. But if you haven't signed up yet to IG, make sure you don't have a private account, because if you do, I can't communicate with you. Alternatively, if you do have a private account, send me a private message and then we can communicate. As soon as you open communication, I believe we can communicate. So hopefully that's helpful. If that doesn't work, if you can't get through, you might be able to message me here. I haven't tried it that way. Yeah. I think there might be an option to email me, but I'm getting that many emails at the moment. I'm missing them. I'm just overwhelmed with thousands of emails a day at the moment, and they get a bit lost. But I thought I'd share, I mainly got this kit just for this piece of fabric, and I want more puffs. I've been trying to collect these vintage puffs, so I try and get those when I can. I also got, I've got where the hell are those other bits of fabric? I've lost more fabric, my goodness me. I'm nowhere near as organised as I thought I was. Okay, so I've got this. I bought this bit of fabric ages ago from Beck that I'm about to show you. I should get working on this actually now that I've got some... okay. So I bought this piece of fabric from Beck. It would have been in June because I bought it for my daughter so she could make a needle book. And then I loved it so much I decided to only send her half of it. So I bought this is half of it, this vintage fabric. And the reason I bought this is because I've had this thing for years. This was one of the first vintage things I bought. I think I was probably either a teenager or a young mother when I bought this. This vintage bottle apron. Now, I had assumed that this was from the 70s. Remember when in the 70s we used to go to dinner parties to people's homes? nearly always took a bottle of wine. I thought these were from the 70s, but when I looked them up, they're actually from the 20s and 30s. They're much older than I thought they were. So I've got this little bottle apron with, I thought very 70s. Yeah, I was surprised to find out it was older. And it's got these, look at the size of the coasters though. They're so tiny. So it's got these 1, 2, 3, there's 6 coasters in there. And as I said, I have had this piece for years and years and years. I reckon I've had it at least 20 years, be longer, 25, 30 years this one. And it's just been in a drawer for years. I know, aren't they awesome? Little wine glass coasters. I was thinking, I don't have many wine glasses, but the ones I have, I think the base would be slightly bigger than that. Not that it matters. But I decided I wanted to integrate this somehow into a needle book. I still don't know how I'm going to do it. So then I went looking for fabrics that I could put into the needle book. When I saw this piece in Beck's shop, I thought that will be perfect. So this is the start of a needle book. I've got the iron-on Pellin on it. No, that's actually just a bit of quilting cotton. That was a piece of, I used to do long arm quilting, and for some reason I kept all the offcuts when I do other people's quilts. So that's a bit of batting that I've stuck on with Lisafix. This is not going to be the liner. I cut this page out. I want to put this in this book somewhere because it seems to fit the theme and the era. And again, I've had that lace for years. Oh, crikey, I just had to bend down to pick them up and my head's gone again. So this is the start, and again, that's not going to be the lining. But it all started with this apron. I got that. Then I found this piece of, I can't remember now if I got the felt from Beck or from Thorpe's. I think I got this from Beck, which if I did it would be a Sue Spargo, I think. And I don't know if it's actually showing up on the monitor, but it's a very neon pink, that bit of felt. And then I thought this would probably work with it. I don't mind that with it, so I've put that in there. Then I've got, it's all sliding off my lap. Goodness, I've got bits everywhere that have slid off my lap. Then I've got this piece of neon stranded cotton and neon pink, and I should have a green in that somewhere. Then I found this piece of pure wool at Beck's. That's a neon pink, quite different to that neon, but they're both neon. So I got those to put in there. And guys, I've been collecting pieces for this needle book for so long now, it's crazy. Then I got this from Beck's shop ages ago, and I thought it would potentially work in here with this. I've got little yo-yos I've pulled that I've been collecting. Most of these have come from Beck as well. Now I don't know if they're all going to go in there, but I've been collecting those for some time. Little bits of offcuts from that cover. Then I got, I saw these on Beck's website ages ago, and I thought, I reckon they'd work with it as well. So I had to get these fabrics. I got the pink and I got the green. So I think they'll work in it. They're Heather Bailey fabrics, Full Bloom by Heather Bailey. Then I saw this piece of Betsy Liberty. Look at that. It's got the neon pink. How cool is that? Matches with that. Sorry, where's that? Oh, look, it's so funny, Jude. Living next, just commenting on, it must be so cool living next to Beck's store. What happened 18 months ago? I got on Pinterest to look for ideas. I was making very rustic needle books from eco-dyed fabrics, and I was also making mixed media books that were quite popular actually. That was all started from the Ugly Art Club. But I wanted to refine it a bit. So I got on Pinterest to look for some ideas, and I came across these, I think they were called vintage needle books, and I fell in love with them immediately. I thought, oh my God, these are stunning. I'd love to learn to do these. So it just so happened that it is Liberty, that one. It's the only piece of Liberty I own. Oh, actually, I've got a couple of tiny little scrap bits I got from Beck about 18 months ago in a little scrap pack, but they're like, some of it's in that pouch I'm doing in that needle book. Yeah, but that's the very first piece of Liberty I've bought because I just can't afford it. So that's very precious to me at the moment. I'm sure in years to come I'll end up with more, but yeah, very precious piece of Liberty there. So what had happened, I got onto Pinterest, saw this needle book, fell in love with it, and it was actually an ad for a workshop that was going to be held at the Green Door Studios. And I thought, oh, knowing my luck, it's in Melbourne or somewhere. Now, I don't know if you know or not, but the Green Door Studios is in Robertson, which is in the same state as me, but it's probably about a 2.5 hour drive from here. So if I were to go, I thought I could smell something burning. I'm burning a bit of plastic against my iron. That's good of me. So if I were to go to the workshop, I'd have to pay for the workshop, pay for the accommodation to stay for the weekend, pay for the travel, and that was a couple of $1,000s that I just didn't have. So I was a bit deflated and thought, oh, I'm not going to be able to do that workshop. I think they were sold out anyway. Anyway, it was days later. I got back on and I was looking again, and I finally decided to go and look up the teacher, this Beck Brennan. So I looked her up and I found her YouTube, and she's talking about moving to a new store in Newcastle. And I'm like, hang on a minute, I'm near Newcastle. So when I looked her up, this is before she moved into the new store. She was in Hamilton, which is about a 25-30 minute drive from here. I couldn't believe it. So I don't own a car. Well, I do own a car. I don't own a working car. My car's been off the road for years, been going to rebuild it one day. That's the hope. So I don't own a car, so I rang my mum and said, can we please drive into Hamilton tomorrow? And it turned out it was my birthday that day. So I drove in and I bought myself three or four vintage packs. They were just vintage fabrics, the first ones I got. And I think I bought a pack of yo-yos and I can't remember what else. I spent $150. It was amazing. I spoiled myself for my birthday. I was so excited. I got really emotional about it. I don't know why, but I was so excited. And when I spoke to Beck, I found out that we're the same age, so that was exciting. And I was just so excited about the whole experience that the day before I'd been given a couple of vintage sewing boxes, so I wanted to go in and gift one to her and some fabric that I'd been given. So I did that as well. She probably thought I was Looney Tunes. Anyway, because I saw that she collected them. Wasn't just some random thing. But anyway, that's how it went. And I don't get in there as often as I'd like. I do order a lot to be delivered. I say order a lot. I think I've probably placed 2 or 3 orders in 18 months because I just don't have the money. But back to this. This is what I got recently for this needle book. And then I saw that Beck posted some vintage scrap packs or textile packs. And I thought, oh my gosh, that looks like vintage neon. So I bought 2 of those as well to put in this needle book. So I'll show you. I don't think I've actually pulled 1 or 2 of the pieces out of this that aren't here. So these are some of the bits that were in the needle book. As I said, there's a couple of pieces floating around that I've actually put in other needle books already that were in here that I don't have here. So these bits, and I won't use all these bits in this needle book, but I'll show you in a minute what I got to. There's another big, beautiful half linen doily with green, it might be up here, that came in the kit. I saw it this morning. Oh, that wasn't good for my head. This came with it. This was in the kit. That bit. Where's the other bit? This beautiful green. Here it is. This was in the kit. I think that was all the bits I've already taken out. This bit of linen with that lovely edge. This is, another bit of, this is interesting. I think it's probably from a tablecloth, but look at that pretty, I thought it was chain stitched, but looking closer now, it's actually cross stitched. So that'll be handy. And then this is a beautiful piece of linen that came in it. But these are the bits I was after. I saw this and I thought I need that for that needle book. So I bought 2 of these kits just for this fabric. A bit of gingham. It might work in there actually. And I think this will work in there. Look at that. I actually think this might be feed sack, this piece. This is a, I've lost it. I'm having terrible trouble remembering fabric names. This piece might work in it. This is quite old, this piece. And I think I might be able to get this piece. Look, that looks a bit neon, that green. This is a thick piece, this one. This piece certainly will. Look at this, neon. Another little bit of gingham. That bit. I'd like to get this piece in it somehow. Look at that. That's a nice reclaimed piece. Look how faded it is, but it's beautiful. This looks like it might have been a bit of ribbon. See how it's overlocked on both sides there, but that's a pretty piece. I love this little piece. That could be another bit of feed sack, you know. This, I think this is feed sack. Look at that. I don't know if I can get, that's quite hard, those stains. It actually feels a bit like clear nail polish or something. That sort of texture. But isn't that, I reckon that's feed sack. Some puffs there, most likely feed sack. Oh, I dropped a little. I've got this colour off Beck before, last year. So it's probably from the same quilt. That came in it. That came in the kit. And there were 3 of these little guys and I've just dropped 2 on the floor. So I bought that, 2 of those kits. I don't know where I put the other one. Just for those fabrics to go in that needle book. Sorry, I was just trying to pick that up. Oh, there goes my head. And then I've got these bits out of my collection. I don't know if they'll work. That's a reclaimed vintage fabric. Look at the fade on that. This fabric, this is all I've got of this one. These tiny little bits, but it's beautiful. This was from a sleeve of a blouse. It's like a Viella. That little, it's got some age marks on it. And this, I've got lots of this one, but so yeah, those bits recently came from Beck. All for that. All to work around this bottle apron. That's what all that's for. One little apron inspired all of that. So I'm just going to slide that back into the bag it was in. I've got these projects in plastic bags to try and keep them clean and together and away from Madame Drooly Puss. So yeah, I got those kits. I got that one. And I showed you those fabrics I bought. I got this one. This wasn't what I thought it was. It's quite a heavy fabric, this one. I believe it's cotton. It's like a... not seeded homespun. What's that other one? Mum was only talking about it yesterday. It's much, much better quality though. It's a Japanese fabric. Beautiful, beautiful, quite heavy, beautiful fabric. So I thought that would match it, but it's just not the right colours, I don't think. So I got that. And then I also bought, I've been looking at these fabrics for 12 months and I haven't had the money, so I finally got them. Mind you, I've gone way over my budget. I miscalculated this time, but look at these. These are all these are all different, I think. I don't think they're all from the same. There's no name on that one. I'm just trying to find. I should remember what they all are because I've been looking at them, or some of them, for quite a while now. No. Yeah, I'm fairly sure they're not all from the same range. There's some are Judy Newman. Like this one, I think it's a Judy Newman. Maybe not. I thought that was a Judy Newman. Milkwood, yes, by Judy Newman. So these are the ones I've been looking at for ages, and I think I've missed out on most of those. So Milkwood by Judy Newman, that one. Now these ones are Emma Newman. So I'm assuming that pink one's an Emma Newman. Well, that could be too. It's a very similar tone, isn't it? That's another Emma Newman. I'd say that one is because it's the same print. Yep. Oh, yep, Emma Newman. I like this one. That's another Emma Newman. And another Emma Newman. So I've been looking for like 20s and 30s reproduction fabrics. And that's what I've got. And now, if you could see where I'm sitting, I've got textile spread from one end of my veranda to the other. But anyway, is there anything else that you guys would like me to show you before I wind up for the day? I'm surprised Willow hasn't come to be asked to come out for a toilet break. She's sound asleep. I can hear her snoring in on her bed. So that little bundle came from Beck's shop as well, and I think she's still got some online. You'll have to have a look. It's just called Sweet Floral Bundle. I liked that one. Oh, I ordered more the other night. I forgot about that. There's 2 more kits I'm waiting for. Oh, they're just textile, vintage textile packs. Oh, you want to see them again? Is that what you're asking, Jude? Would you like me to show them to you again? I haven't shown you all of them. There's still there's still more of them. Let me try and get a bit of order here. Where did I put that bag? Okay, so is that what you're asking, Jude? You want me to show you the needle books again? Yeah, okay, hang on. Did you want to see that neon one again that I just showed you, or are you happy with what I've shown you? The one with the apron, the bottle apron. Let me know if you want to see that one again, and I'll go through it again if you like. I will be adding more to that one with the bottle apron in it, the neon one. I think I'll be adding, yeah, okay, the others. I'll be adding some more, like embroidered doilies and tray cloths and stuff like that somehow. I'll be getting some more embroidery into that one somehow. Okay, let me move some of this out of the way so I can show you a bit more clearly what I've got. Okay, let's get some. You can hear beer cans underneath me, and that's because when my son calls in to visit, he'll have a beer. And he knows I like to take them and cash them in, so he leaves them all in a bucket here underneath my desk so I can cash them in. Otherwise, he just throws them straight in the recycling bin, see? But I've gotten, like Dad cashed his in the other day and he got like $70. And my brother-in-law gets over $100 each time he cashes his in, so it's worth doing them. Okay, I'm just trying to lay these needle books out in front of me, Jude, so I can show them to you in some kind of ordered sequence, so I'm not just throwing random stuff all on top of each other here. That can go back up with the fabrics. That can go there for now. Okay, that. Try and clear a bit of space so you can see better. That's the one I'm working on. That goes in that bag. I'll leave that there until I get to it. So I probably should also show you some of the other bits and pieces I collect for the needle books. That might help. So as I said earlier, I have been collecting these vintage puffs, and a lot of these I get from Beck. I buy from her. If you go into the store, she has a jar and you can buy single puffs out of the jar, usually. So that's one thing. I do have a coffee jar in there with some puffs in that I try and put in, but at the moment they're in packets with the needle books, the ones that I think will go with each. This is, you would have seen this earlier, this is a piece of reclaimed embroidery from a tray cloth. It had a big tear and a big stain in it. So I saved the embroidery. There was two that mirrored each other, and one was in that other book, needle book. And I also saved the crochet edge from around it. This is from another one. This was actually given to me. I didn't cut this off because I don't cut it that close. See that? I can't really use that in the way I use it. So I do save these crochet edges if I've got them. And what I do with those is when I come back and when I finish doing all this stitching, I'll trim this fabric off this one, because then I can come back and insert. So imagine that's trimmed back to the same size as the wool. I need to find a wider edge here. So if that fabric was trimmed to the same size as the backing, I then come back and insert this crocheted edge in between the front. I actually would do that before I do all this running stitch, otherwise I won't get it in. So I insert that in between the front and the backing, or the lining, and I make sure that the crochet goes, see where the eyelets are that you crochet into? I make sure they sit just above the edge. So if that was trimmed to there, the eyelets would sit just on the edge, like that section. And then I'd baste all that in, sandwich it all in and baste it down all the way around. When I get to corners, if I don't already have an inbuilt corner in the lace, in the crochet, I fold it at a right angle like that and then baste it all in. So I've done that on, where's one that I'm still working on? What have I done with that one? I know there's one here because I saw it a minute ago. Where did that go? I just saw it. Oh, it's this one, you big goose. Okay, so you can see on this one, I've done all the stitching, okay? And then with this crocheted edge in, this was another one that someone gave me, and there's sections where it has been cut right up, not quite as far as that bit, but it's been cut right up to the edge there. So all that fabric's missing. There's only just the tiniest little bit. So I've had to, you can see I've got a heap of stitches in here holding it in. I don't normally do that many. But that is wedged between, so I'd already quilted all this. It's wedged between the lining and the bit I'd already quilted. So this is the lining, and I've tacked it all in. And just see the bits of linen that are still attached, just. Look how thin it gets there. So I've tried to make sure that when I've tacked it in, you can still see the eyelets. They sit. The eyelets sit just outside that edge. So when I'm doing my blanket stitch to hold it all together, I've currently got that lace, I better open it up to show you better, or it's not going to make sense. Okay, let's have a look here. These are some of the, I don't think all these pieces will go into this, but these are some of the pieces that I think I'm going to want to put in this needle book. So I've got this beautiful fern textiles as a lining, and then I've got this reclaimed part of a tray cloth, and I've basted it all in. It's actually blanket stitch. Oh, hello. I just realised who's asking me that. It looks like satin stitch, but it's actually, I've got a question, and I think it was from my daughter, and I didn't realise she was watching. Oh, there you go. Hello, Ash. Everyone say hello to my daughter, Ashley. She's in another state, so it's a bit exciting that she's hopped on. We haven't seen each other for a couple of years. It's actually a blanket stitch I'm doing. Hello. It's actually a blanket stitch I'm doing, and this one is ridiculously close. But they all are, really. All the ones I've done are. Ashley's saying I'm pedantic with my stitching. Yeah, I am, and I think I mentioned that earlier. I'm a bit OCD and a bit what was the other word I used? Bit of a perfectionist. So what I've done here, I've got the lining in, it's all basted in. It does look like a satin stitch, Ashley, yes, you're correct. She's asking me why I'm doing satin stitch around the border here. I'll get back to that in a minute. So I did all the quilting on this first, then I've basted the lining in, basted this beautiful fern textiles cotton in for the lining. I got that from Thorpe's. I bought some of that for Ashley as well, actually. Basted that in, and then I've basted this part of a tray cloth in on top, and you're probably wondering why that is tacked down like that. It is basted on top. There's layers and layers of basting. So I basted the lining in, then I've come and basted this on top. I then stitched these edges down. That how can I explain it? It's a bit hard for me to show you. So I've stitched all this edge down, but I made sure I didn't stitch through to the front. So I've just stitched through the lining and the wadding, anchored all this down. I've done running stitch in this direction and then come back in the other direction. So I've missed every second one and done the opposite one on the way back, if that makes sense. Now at the moment, see this crocheted edge that goes all the way around? At the moment, I've just tacked this edge down. I'm going to have to undo that bit. I've tacked this edge down because I don't want to do my blanket stitch through that lace. I will undo this tacking after I've blanket stitched, so that will then sit flat and hang out a little bit, if that makes sense. And then when I put the book together, when I stitch my pages in and all this basting comes out, these will turn into two pockets on either side inside the cover. So what I do is, you'll probably see I mark, I've drawn a line all the way around, a 1/4 inch, all the way around from the edge, and then I'll do my, making sure I'm not going to stitch through that. I don't want to stitch through that. Ashley just said my work scares her. I don't want to stitch through that crocheted edge there, that white one. So being aware of that, I'm coming into, need to put my glasses on. Coming into there, and I want to try and make sure I'm going straight down, because if I don't, I try to draw a line on the other side because it's really hard. You'll notice it's not as even on this side. It's quite difficult to keep it all even. Now sometimes I'll put that in and then come up through that, one of those eyelets. See that? Come up through the eyelet, and there's one of our blanket stitches. Now Ashley was commenting that this looks like satin stitch. Yes, it does, because I've stitched it so close together. So I suppose you could call it a satin blanket stitch or something, I don't know. So again, I'm trying to come in straight down. If I don't go straight down, like try and go straight down at, is it 90 degrees? And I check the other side to make sure. Blanketed satin stitch, that's a good one. Making sure I haven't caught this lace and making sure it's sort of roughly in a straight line on the back. So I check that with every stitch. I don't know if that was actually in the shot then. I don't want to catch this, and I'd want to try and keep it all in a straight line. So, and I check every single stitch I do, because if I don't, I end up with a great big wobbly mess. And then I come up, sometimes when I go through like that, I'll pull this needle through, not all the way, and then I'll look at the back and come back up like that. I've split that bar in that eyelet then, and that's okay, because I want to, as much as I can, grab onto those eyelets as I can to make sure that lace isn't going to pull away from it when I'm finished. Okay, Jude. Now, I'll get back to showing you. I'm just going to park that in there. This is a bad habit to get into. You probably should never park your needle in your work like I have here, because if I leave that there and go away for a few days or a few weeks or whatever and come back, there's a likely chance that that will get rusty, especially if it stays there for years. So you should never park your needles or your pins in your work like that, but I have been. Now let's zoom back out so you can see. Okay, so this is a Tilda one I'm working on. I haven't shown you the inside of this one yet today. I showed you the stitching I've done on this. I didn't do my typical line running stitch or canter stitch. I've done this like cross-hatched trellis in between the flowers on this one. And then I've stitched on, this is a bit of reclaimed embroidery from a tray cloth. And I've just done, I suppose you could call it a satin stitch, but it's not a very neat one. I've just done a stitch all the way around that in the blue, and that was about a pearl 8, I think I've done that with a crochet cotton all the way around the edge of that one to hold the flowers on. I did have more of a border. What I did, I basted it on, basted the embroidery onto my finished, like the quilted piece, basted it down, then with freehand, I got one of these heat dissolvable biros, and I drew my outline on the linen where I wanted to do my stitching, and then I just stitched over that outline, and then I came back after I'd ironed it, because I don't know if you can see, I've actually drawn a bit of biro on that. So after I ironed all the biro out, all my marking, I then came back with a tiny little pair of embroidery scissors, not these big honkers. Oops, I've lost you guys. So I came back with a tiny little pair of embroidery scissors and trimmed all the way around the outside of the stitching I had done on here. So that's how I did the front bit, and then I did a little one on the back in the same way. I've already shown you how I've done the crocheted insert, which was saved off I think that one came from a tablecloth mainly. It was given to me already cut off, so I don't know what, and there was quite a bit, so I'm assuming a tablecloth. I've used this one in quite a few projects, and I've probably got about that much left now. So this is this one. Then I'm thinking of putting, and again, this isn't necessarily my final decision. This might change as I go, it often does. But I'm thinking of cutting this up and having, I'll probably cut this off about, don't know if I'll go that way or that way. See, what you can do with this is manipulate it a bit. So obviously I've got enough of this to go this way. I can put it in this way and cut this bottom row off here so it fits. So if I cut that off, and then I could cut it off about there, and that would fit in the book, but that's using a lot of this crocheted runner, where what I could do is turn it sideways, and so you can see it's not quite wide enough, but we can manipulate it. So if I press it and starch it, wet it down and steam it, I can manipulate this piece to come out a little bit wider, and then I can chop it off about here maybe. It will shorten it a little bit, but it will come out wider, so then I can preserve more than half of it to use in another project. Okay, So I can use this, they're thinking of using some of this as a page. Then I've got a piece of pink felt. Now this piece of pink felt came from Thorpe & Co. at Bullaroo. And then I've got, now I haven't worked out, I was hoping I could get this piece in somehow. It's not a full piece, it's a bit missing, but it was a linen runner. And I've got the most exquisite embroidery on here. I will zoom you in a little bit so you can look at this. Look at this, these bullion flowers. I'm guessing they're potentially forget-me-nots. But look how amazing they are. So I think I'd like to try and get this piece in this book. Potentially I could use it the same way I did in the cover here and attach it to a bit of felt and create some more pockets. It does have this hole up here, and it has a couple of another hole down here and a couple of stains. Do I leave them as they are, or do I patch them up? I can patch them up. I can do a sympathetic patching, or I could do like a what do you call it? Ashley, what's that Japanese method that they usually do with gold? You can apply the same sort of idea to, you know that name, Ash? I can't remember the name of that. Where they repair broken ceramics with the gold. I can't remember what it's called. But I can potentially apply that same idea to that piece of fabric. So I don't know where this one's going to go yet. Kintsugi, Boro, no, not Boro. Kintsugi, I think she's right. Kintsugi, that doesn't quite sound right either, Ash. There's another, yeah. So I've also got this piece I'd like to try and get in, at least half of it, because there's a lot of colour run on the other side of this. I've still got these pretty cross-stitch flowers here. So I think this one will look good in it as well. Not sure how yet. Then I've got this, I've got bits everywhere here. I've got this big, I think I bought this from Nairi recently. Got this beautiful napkin. That might be why it didn't quite look right, Ash. You think you've spelled it wrong. Kintsugi. Obviously you know what I'm talking about though. So I've got this linen napkin that I thought I would put in something like this. I don't know whether to shorten this fold here because I can use these as pockets, okay? So what I can do is do some, like a tuck, a pleat in here and shorten this a bit. I won't cut them off. I like to fold them to utilise the whole piece of fabric. So I want to showcase this beautiful cross stitch here. But then I was thinking, instead of leaving this side plain, I could potentially, you know, applique something like this onto there. So there we've got that page. We turn that over. And that will give me, because that's too big, I will stitch that in along here somewhere. But then I'll have this tab, okay, on the other side. That's okay. We'll get to that. So then I've got, I don't know whether to use this. This is a little compact case I got from my cousin. And I'm potentially thinking I could stitch that in there to use as another pocket. Then I could either do that or I could put, you know, arrange some puffs on it. There's options, okay. I don't think I want to do the both of them. I don't think I want to do it that much. Then I'm thinking of using this as a page, this beautiful little doily. Then I've got, do you know, I've soaked all these, and as the weeks go by, some of the stains start to reappear. Then I've got this beautiful piece of wool felt. Again, this came from Thorpe's. Then I was thinking of stitching this along the bottom of the felt, put a bias edge on it and line it, and then we could have more pockets there, potentially. I'm going to have a lot of pockets in this one by the looks, but it won't have a zippered pouch. So then we get to this flap I was talking about. So potentially I could attach some puffs as a page, have a page of yo-yos, Suffolk puffs, or I can have another doily as a page. Now this one would be good to get in because, I've got to soak it again, look at that stain. These flowers are the same as the ones that are on the cover. It's the same flowers. So it came from a Duchess set. So that would be, it would be good to get that one in. I could even put that there, I need to fix that a bit. Could stitch that onto that side of the flap, and then I could stitch the puffs onto the other side of the flap. That's another option. Okay, that's another one we could do. And then this bit, either that one or that one, would then be attached to that piece of felt potentially as another pocket. So we turn that page over. And then I've also got, I was hoping to get this in somehow. I don't know how yet. I've got a lot of stuff here, guys. And then I've got this vintage, I only found this recently. Look, it's even on the original card from Woolworths. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. So I thought it'd be nice to get some of this in here somewhere. Doesn't that look good? The other thing I've got, so then we've got the crochet page again and then the pockets, but still don't know how I'm going to get this guy in. The other thing I've got is up here somewhere. I wanted to do, where was I going to put that? On here, I think, on this bit of felt. I was going to attach these beautiful vintage silk flowers and just stitch, see how the ribbon's all crushed? I love it. Just sort of stitch it around the felt like that. What do you think of that? That won't be there, but I'm thinking of applying that to the piece, that piece of felt somehow. So that's that one. That's that book so far. I've got to fold all these bits in that'll be chopped off if they go in. So don't chop anything up yet because I'll change my mind. I know I will, I always do. So I don't chop anything until I'm 100% sure that's what I'm going to do. So that's that one so far. I think I've walked you through this one. We'll do this one again just in case. This is my first vintage kimono piece. You can see I've quilted, I've done the running stitch, and this one I've actually done the running stitch so it sits into the fabric. I can't feel much of that. The only texture I can feel is that silk. It's like a bit like a crepe. Obviously attached this to the front. That came in the kit from Beck. I redid Sashiko. Yes, that's true. The Sashiko can follow the Kintsuguri. Obviously you guys know what I'm trying to say anyway. Do a I can do a sympathetic repair on the textile on the whole. Yeah, you've heard Willow. I can do a sympathetic repair and, oh, okay, cool. I've seen a Japanese friend embroider like that. So I can use some linen thread and, you know, try and make it blend in, or I could get a piece of linen and do like a sympathetic patch so it sort of blends in, or I could do something really out there and do a completely different coloured fabric and make a feature of it. So that's what I was thinking with along the lines of Kintsuguri. I can't pronounce it correctly, I'm sorry. And that's where I'm thinking about this as well. This hole here in the silk, that was there when I got it in the kit. I think because I've got this on here already, I think I will just do a sympathetic repair and add and lay another piece of this silk on top and just sort of blend it in. So yeah, this is this little guy. We've got the silk lining. We've got this piece of reclaimed table tray mat. Oh, gold thread, that would be, I didn't think of that. That's a good idea. I have done that before actually, years ago. And yeah, maybe that's why I've not thought of it, because it is very fine work, but potentially that's what I could do, use gold thread. I might even do that, Jude. Thank you for that. I'll see if I can still do it. I'll need a magnifying glass. So I've got the piece of reclaimed tray mat, lined it with a piece of linen damask, and this damask, this woven feature was already in it. So I've used, you know, made a bit of a feature out of that. Stitched on, blanket stitched. Can you guys see each other's comments? That's cool. I didn't realise you could see them. That's good. Since Ashley's responding to Jude, I'm assuming that you guys can see each other's comments. Blanket stitch that piece of wool in the front so we can stick some needles in it like this. Little needle pocket there. Then I've got a crochet page. I think this will go in this order, but because it's not, yeah, good, okay. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, broken. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Jude. Yeah. But I didn't think of using gold thread. That makes so much more sense because it's just a fabric form of the kintsugi, isn't it? Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Cool. I'll try that. So yeah, I think this one will go in this similar order at this point. I feel like I want to line this piece, but I'm not sure yet. Don't know if this piece of lace will stay in it. It's a little bit white for my liking. I might find an older, like an aged piece if I want to put a piece of lace in. I've lined this doily with that silk just because I don't know why. I don't like to see the back of the work. A lot of people enjoy it. A lot of people like to use it as a feature. Maybe I will. Some of the pieces I've got, the back's almost identical to the front. The embroidery is that immaculate. Maybe I will expose that because it's worth exposing. And this one wasn't bad. I'm just trying to look for ways to use the fabrics that came in the kit. So that's why that's there. Then of course we've got this piece that I want to attach. That's another piece of the wool felt that I want to attach the silk to. Yeah, well, I could artificially age it, but it's just more work. I'd prefer to spend that time working on other details. Metallic or even pearl or gold. I didn't think I've got some metallic threads, some old ones that I might be able to use. I only saw them the other day. I think they're in the ribbon box. So I want to attach that to that one. I feel like I need something else in the center of that. Maybe just another doily or something. That one doesn't feel complete with that left as the center to me. So I might try and put something else in there. I don't really have many pockets in this one. There's this one. And that's it. So I might need to try and come up with, and that one at the back. Need to try and come up with some more pockets for that one. So that one's still in the works. Which one's next? Then we've got, I haven't shown you all this either, have I, Jude? No wonder you asked to look at them. Now, I've got, as I said, I've got these in bags. It is, yes, I don't like using metallic thread, you're right, Ashley. But I'm pretty sure the more modern ones, Ashley, are much better. They don't split and peel like the ones I've got do. So these, each one I'm working on is in a bag, and I've got other bits in each bag that I might try to get in, or I thought might have been a good idea at the time. Most of them have got zippers in them because I've thought about putting zippered pouches in them. Still haven't decided. So I just pull together all the bits and pieces that I think might work in each one and keep them together. If I come across other bits as I'm working, they get added. For example, I only came across this napkin about a week ago. So that's now been added temporarily at least to see if it works. So this is another Tilda one, and I've done that raised stitch on this one. I like the texture. I decided, now I haven't done this before, but I decided to add this bit of doily on it. And then I've done these textured flowers. I couldn't remember, I was taught this. I'm assuming I'm going to have to look for other ones that aren't DMC then. Yes, Ashley, I can't remember. There are some gold threads. Do any of you guys know? There's some fine gold threads available now that are really good to stitch with. I don't remember what they're called. We used to use, back in the day, all we could get was the DMC stranded metallic, and it would split and peel and... Oh, is that the DMC one, Jude? I haven't bought any for years. I've got some vintage gold ones in here that are even older than that I haven't tried yet. Huh, how about that? We'll have to try that, Ash. Okay, so here's the chunky floral one. I think I've showed you the inside of this one already today, the vintage blue. Oh, okay, we'll try that, Ash, what Jude suggested. This blue is believed to be from the 50s, so I put that one in. And then this napkin I found the other day, absolutely loved it. It's very retro. Actually, I had two of these. There's 2 napkins and 2 placemats. Oh, Gutermann does them. That might be interesting. So I folded this napkin. This is what I was talking about earlier. Oh, Ash, I use my iron so much. Yeah, okay, that'd be good. Ashley will be watching intently as well. So this napkin here, I have folded. You can see the crease down the centre. And I folded my pocket where I wanted it. And then I've done a, see how I've folded like a gusset, I suppose, in here, because I don't want to cut it off. Then, because we've got these perforations around it, they don't, it's very wonky though, this napkin, it's not square. I'm hoping I can crochet all the way around, and I'm thinking of crocheting with that same, either this same mustard linen, or, do you want to come out, Bubba? I've pulled a blue that I can't see. Oh, because I started crocheting another one with it, that's why. Oh no, I've started, yes. No, I cut it, yeah, here we go. So I'll have to undo this because I don't have enough, but this blue works really well with it. So I'll undo this and put it on this one, crochet around with the blue, and then do something like, I'm not sure yet, might do another row of blue. So I don't have much of this blue. And then do the mustard. So it all sort of blends in really well. So that's the idea on that one. And then, as I tried to explain earlier, it will also have, so I do want it a little bit smaller to sit on the inside there. And then, oh, that's another piece out of that kit from Beck that I got the other day with the neon in it. I knew there was another piece. So if I fold this in half, see, we've got a bit of this here. So that's where I will stitch my centre line, around there. And then we've got this flap again. And I won't cut that off. So this will open potentially like so, with my crocheted edge around it, hopefully. I'm still thinking of lining this. I'd like to put something in there. I don't know. I'm a bit pedantic about seeing the back. I'd like to line that so we're not seeing that. Then I'm playing around with having this next, this bit of wool blanketing. And then I found this last night. This is off an old bread liner. Yeah, well, I am too, Ashley. You know how bad I am. For example, my finger. Well, all these burns on my hand. This is from trying to curl my hair, all the burns, covered in burns, and all over my face and my neck. Had an event last Friday night. Well, yes, on Friday I had the service for my aunt and the lunch and then dinner. So I curled my hair a little bit for that, burnt myself all over. The Friday before we had the baseball presentation, I burnt my hair trying to curl it for that. And then my finger, I cut up the chicken necks for my dog. Even though she's a big dog, she tends to swallow them whole and then she'll bring them up again. So I tend to cut up the chicken necks. The other night I'm cutting it up and I'm thinking, geez, if this knife can cut through these chicken necks, imagine what it could do to my finger. Next minute, cut through my play finger. I don't know how. I obviously wasn't paying attention. Couldn't believe it. Anyway, so yeah, Ashley thinks she's accident prone. And the amount of times I fall over on the fire ground or slip over, broke my hip, slipped out of the fire truck, broke my hip. Didn't even know I'd broken my hip. 6 months later, my doctor said, why are you limping so badly? I'm not limping. I'm sore. I'm always sore. So he sent me for scans and I had broken my hip. Didn't know until 6 months later. Anyway, that's just a couple of little examples of how accident prone I am. It must run in the family. Okay, so this is what I'm fiddling with last night. Yeah, she's right. Bit of blanketing. Don't know, I wanted to actually do this as a flap on a pocket, but it's too wide and I don't want to trim it down. I don't want to lose that edge, so I don't know if I can attach it this way somehow, but then if I did, what would I put underneath it, if anything? So that's an idea there. Then I've just tacked this in. Don't know if that's going to stay. I've got this embroidered. Now there's quite a bit of this tucked in either side. Originally I was going to have it come out and fold over. Got it from Pop, yes, because he chopped his thumb off and fell off the... Yeah, Pop's done a lot. Yeah, I think we did get it from Pop, to be honest. And Uncle Sam wasn't much better. Yeah. Anyway, so then I've temporarily basted this in to see if that'll work for that page. Then I'm thinking of having this as a page. And if I do this, if I stitch up these sides, that can then be a pocket. If I keep it in one piece, stitched down the centre. Our dad fell off the scaffolding. He fell into, when he removed the septic tank years ago, he fell into the septic and had to go to hospital, chopped his thumb off with his bandsaw. We keep banning him from power tools. My sister and I bought him a wood lathe and then ended up taking it off him because he's just not good with... Oh yeah, you've got no idea. So then I've got this other piece from that bread basket liner that I'd like to get in here. Again, not sure where I'm going to put it. I've got a piece of wool felt from Thorpe's. Then I've got this beautiful, I don't know if I'll put this one in here or not, just because it's got the purple. Yeah, but isn't that pretty? I don't know whether to put that in as a page. Then I've got a piece of blue wool felt. And then I've got a doily. Now this, a sandwich tray cloth. I don't know whether to cut this up and use this as a pocket on one of these bits of wool, or just leave it as a page. Got another bit of wool, another bit of crochet. These have got bloody pink on them. There's pink on that one and pink on that other one. I don't know what I've done, how I've done that. Can't remember having anything pink. Then I've got another one, another napkin that I've folded, and see I've put this damask napkin in thinking I might line this one with that. So that's the back side of that napkin, and I might line it with that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I like it out in the daylight. So it's just folded up. And then again, that would make another pocket. So far, don't know if this will all stay. This one has a lot of wool in it, which is good because they have needle books. Don't know if all these pieces are going to stay, but so far this is what I've got. Then I was thinking of stitching this doily onto that piece of wool, and again, if I only stitch up to here somewhere, we can use that as another pocket if we wanted to. Might even be better on there. I wanted it on the blue though, so these two colours are next to each other. And then we've got another potential pocket there. And then this, so this embroidery that I've stuck onto this wool, if I leave that open, we can have another pocket on that. Okay, and then we've got that next page from that pocket. But then we're left with this flap. So what do we do with that? This is where we attach another doily or some Suffolk puffs, or there's scope here to stitch other things onto this flap. We could even leave the top of this open, could use that as a sleeve to put pens or markers or something in. Yeah. I'm just looking at what you're saying. I haven't been watching. Not only not to it. Yeah, so that's where I've gotten with that one so far. I'm not sure why I had that piece tucked in there, because I'm not sure what to do with that. Maybe I was thinking of putting that. Don't know. So that's where I've gotten so far with that one, but look how chonky she is. She's a big, fat, chonky chonk, that one. Right. I probably should put that back in that bag, shouldn't I, and keep it all together. So how many have we done now? 1, 2, 3. There's 3 there so far I've shown you. There's more. Are you still happy to keep watching, Jude? Then we've got this guy. I don't think I've shown you all that one today yet, have I? Look at all the extra pieces in this bag I've got that I want to try and get in there, but they're not all going to get in, that's for sure. Okay. Okay, I'll keep going. So this is the cut a quilt one, as you can see. This one's feels really soft. It doesn't have those textured raised stitches on it. I've lined it with the vintage napkin I got from my cousin, and then that piece of lace that I rescued off a baby cot sheet. I don't think I've actually made anything for you, have I, Ash? Have you got anything that I've made for you, Ashley? I don't think I've made you anything, have I? I've just tried to encourage her to stitch along with me. We were doing like FaceTime stitching together there for a while. Oh, that's right, the shawl that I crocheted, the wool one. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a fairly big one, wasn't it? I wanted one that you could wrap right around you. I think that's the only piece I ever finished in crochet, except for all the beanies I've done, the knitted ones. Okay, potentially this as a page, but again, I don't think I want the back left exposed. I could potentially stitch it onto here, but then there's less space to put needles in. Or we could just put needles on this side. So I've got that. This piece of wool blanketing is very thick, this one. I've got that out. Maybe I could put those down there. Still haven't decided. Put some puffs down there. Maybe I should centre them on the blue. That looks better. I've got this piece of vintage lace from my cousin. Now, originally I had cut around all of the points of the leaves, but it looked ridiculous. They all hung out and it just looked ridiculous. I didn't like it at all. So I'm thinking of putting a bias binding all the way around this. Then I was thinking of, this is another, They're all sticking out everywhere. Well, that's a good idea, swap. I didn't think of swapping. I've just been trying to encourage you to stitch with me. So I'm not sure whether I'll put this one on there. And then this is a placemat that matched that napkin I put in the lining. So I'm thinking of doing this and having these little pockets down here. But then I definitely want to line this with something. And I can't work out what. Because there's so much space here, I want to utilise this space. So should I line it with doctor's flannel so we've got wool there we can stick pins in? But then on this side, when we turn to this page, the cream might look all right. I've got to remember that I've got this cut work. So whatever I line it with, we're going to see through here. So doctor's flannel would probably work. So I've got this beautiful piece of vintage Sanderson that's believed to be from the lady that sold me this said she thought it was from the 20s. I don't know, it could be. But I wanted to try and get this in. I'm not sure if it's going to stay. I'm not sure if the colour's right. I'm just not sure. So potentially I was going to line this with this bit of blue. And then, you know, these are all still just ideas, guys. I keep changing my mind. I don't like those two next to each other. That doesn't work for me. See, I look at that in real life and I think it looks all right, but when I look through the monitor, it doesn't work at all. I don't like that at all. So I'm still not convinced this Sanderson should stay. So if I take that out altogether, that works a lot better for me. So yeah, not sure about that guy. I just wanted to get it into one of them, you know. So I'd like to stitch this onto this piece of blue wool suiting, I think. This is a beautiful piece of wool, this one. Not very thick. Nice piece of suiting. It's a bit prickly, this one. I've curled that over, so potentially we could turn that into a pocket. I could even extend this a bit with a contrast with a bit of linen or something. Then I've got this. Should I have that as a page or should I attach that? That might look all right on there, hey? So I don't have just that bare back linen. So this is a linen napkin that I can turn into... Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing with all the other bits of Sanderson Ash. I'm using them as my starting point. So potentially that's what I'll do. This is another bit of... I can see bloody hairs in it again. Another bit of wool blanketing. This would be, remember the cot blanketing that we had in the 90s that we used to do all the wool embroidery on? This is a bit of that, I think. It's quite a thick bit of wool blanketing in the cream, full of bloody hair. Jesus. So I will decorate that with something if it stays in, because all this plainness, I don't like. It needs something on it. Even if I just stitch, you know, flowers or puffs or don't know yet. So then we've got that page, but then, why have I stuck that there? Because that needs to go on a flap. This is going to be that, this is going to be stitched up. That will be, we won't see so much of that petite pan, and the neon zipper will go in, and this will be a zippered pouch. I've been collecting woolen blankets since I was a teenager. Anywhere I see them, if they're in my price range, I've brought them home. It got to the point where I was giving them to my son to use when he was moving furniture, to wrap around the furniture. So there's some laying around my parents', there's some at my, I've dyed the cream too. You should see, I dug out some of my dyed pieces the other day and they're so good. I did them years ago. I haven't come across my dyes yet. I've still got my dyes, but I haven't come across them yet. And there's so much more I want to dye, but yes, I've been dyeing them as well. I don't just dye the cream, I've been dyeing the check and some of the, I should have brought them out to show you. They're just sitting on the table. I've got some brilliant ones. So yeah, lost my train of thought again. So this is going to be a zippered pouch that will go in this needle book. Oh, fair income. I won't pay. The most I've ever paid is $15. I won't pay more than that. That's crazy. I've even tossed up whether I should sell a whole blanket on Instagram, but people never seem to be interested. I have more luck splitting up my textiles, cutting them up and selling them than selling whole pieces. I very rarely sell whole pieces of anything. So yeah, I might throw one or two up. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Ashley said to me, and I think she might be onto something, that people are more likely to buy the pieces because then they don't have to say, this is too nice to cut up, it's already done, and they're more likely to use it. I think she's probably right, to be honest, because I'm the same. I don't like to cut things up if there's nothing wrong with them. What I do want to do is start making some clothing, but out of the linens, but I'm so big at the moment, I'm just not comfortable using. I've made myself a top. Remember that top I made Ash out of the sheet? I made a top a few months ago out of a vintage cotton sheet from the 70s. Beautiful cotton fabric. It's sort of aqua and it's got these big peachy mango coloured flowers on it. And actually there might be a piece here. Yeah. The piece sitting here, it's very grubby because it's been sitting out on the veranda where I cut it up. And this isn't the colour, but it gives you an idea. It's very faded and grubby, but I made a big blouse out of this. And I had an old curtain that my friend gave me that had these big, long, chunky cream tassels all the way along the bottom. So I took all the tassels off and stitched them around the bottom of this blouse and around. I did big flared sleeves and stitched it all around the sleeves. Yeah, a few months ago, it might have been 12 months ago, I made it for something. Annie Mill had a 70s party, remember? I made it for that. So it was probably 12 months ago. I can't remember what the party was for. Australia Day. Was it Australia Day? It was for Australia Day, I think. We had a 70s theme in a pool party. So anyway, yeah, the zippered pouch, I think I will put, I don't know what I'm going to line the pouch with yet. I think I will put that as the backing, but I'll quilt that like I have the cover. So that will actually be attached into the book. See, I've got nothing. I'll put something on there. I think this is going to come out. It's just not working for me. But I don't mind that next to it. That sort of works, and then that sort of works with that. So maybe I can get it to work. So we got that. Then we're back to, there's a flap, that there will be a flap there from that one at the front. So I could attach that to that flap. It's going to stick out a lot though. That could be interesting. Not sure how I'm going to do that one. Then we're back to the lace that I've got to put the border around. Bit of wool again. And then back to that cover. So I've also got, oh gee, roll her up a bit. Look at that, the poor old thing. She's a big chunky monkey too. So for that one, I've also got, where did I put it? Here. So I've got other pieces I've pulled that could potentially go in there, as well as, or instead of. I've got just bits of hexagons. I probably won't bring these in because this is mainly blue and yellow and green. Although there's pink on that. I try to keep with the cover. I try to match everything with the cover. There's another puff I've pulled. And then I've got this little bag of, you know, crocheted bits and little puffs, and so I've got that in there. But then in that same bag with this, I've also got these pieces that could potentially go in it. This hanky, look at this handkerchief. It's absolutely gorgeous. Small little hanky, that one. Very soft. This one is, I love this one. Look at this hanky. Needs another soak. How beautiful is that? It's got this like a devore sort of effect on the hanky itself. Look at that. And then it's all embroidered and the little butterfly's wings are three-dimensional. Isn't it gorgeous? I love it. think I got that from my cousin. It was filthy dirty. I've soaked it twice already. I didn't even realise it was blue. It was a orangey browny colour when I got it. Here's another one of these damask napkins. I'm pretty sure that's a rayon. And it's a bit floppy, so it doesn't quite work. Then I bought a scrap pack a few months ago. Yeah, I don't know if it actually has been used. I think they might be just age spots, because they're sort of just all in this area where the butterflies are, unless people just kept touching them. The rest of it, oh no, there's one there. Yeah, don't know. I'll give it another soak and another sanitize and see how we go. This was I bought, every now and then, one of the local op shops I go to has these scrap bags. And they're just a sandwich bag, sometimes a bit bigger. And sometimes they're just full of crap, like, modern nylon lace or bits of fabric, bits of sheeting fabric, like little bits of sheet, or a bit of a tea towel, or, often things you can't use. Every now and then you find these gems. And I think this is quite old. I found this embroidered patch in one of them. It's very delicate. It's actually embroidered onto a really fine piece of netting. You can just see bits of the netting through it. So I've got that, and then I've got these beautiful tray cloths, and I don't think I'll cut these up, but I have pulled them to potentially go in this needle book. This beautiful, I think this one came in a kit from Beck, this linen one. And this is a piece I got from Nairi. Look at that embroidery. Let me see if I can. Look at that. Next to my finger, look how little it is. So that's just a piece of reclaimed linen that I got from Nairi, just like that. So potentially I could put that in there. I've got these beautiful tray cloths that would work in this book. And then this one. And again, they're not all going to go in this book, but these are just all possibilities I've pulled that might go in, that might work with it. I thought this would make a good pocket, but again, don't know. Look at this one, another tray cloth. Have a look at some of that. Look at that blanket stitch on that one. Look at those little bluebells and the sheen on it. Isn't it beautiful? So yeah, that one. Oops, I went too far again. Trying to zoom the screen in and out. I nearly got rid of the whole page, whole thing. Another one of these napkin placemats. And then this one, I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I don't want to cut this one up. I think I want to put this on. I want to make if you're following along with the Roxy sisters, they're doing the journal, the volume 8 at the moment, and they're doing the big, the big spread with all the linens and the doilies. I want to do a bedspread to take when I move, and I'm thinking I'd like to put this one on the bedspread with all the vintage linens. But I did pull that because that could potentially go in that book, but I don't think it will, because I don't want to cut it. I think it'll go on my bedspread, that one. So that's what I pulled for that one. I'm just putting it back in its bag so I keep it cleanish. It's not very clean. And try and keep it all together. I pulled these puffs. These ones are from Nairi. Don't know if I'll use them, but they work with it, so they're an option. Okay, next one. You're right, Jude. Let me know if you get to a point where you've had enough. And mind you, I don't even have them all out here with me. There's more inside. So this is the next one. This was a kit that I got from Beck. Now this is only part of the kit. There was enough in this kit, I believe, to make 2. And this is the other one. Yeah, I haven't joined in yet, Judy, but I've been watching and I'd like to do that to make a bedspread to take when I move. I'm going to be moving in with Ashley and her fiance. And they live in another state. So we're all preparing for that. Now this one, this is another piece of vintage kimono. I've stopped this piece because I wanted to, if you can see, I thought it would be an idea to stitch around all the print. And I thought it would be an idea to use a variegated grey and black, but I don't like it. It's all, I'm pretty sure, it's all single thread. No, I've used double stranded on that. Don't like it at all. Yeah, that's what I do, save up and save up and save up for months. And then if I've got the money sitting there and something comes up, I want to jump on it. But I did that the other day and then I realised afterwards that I actually spent money I didn't have. So I'm a bit stressed about that. I thought I had more money than I actually had. So I don't like how this has come up. I'm pretty sure I'm going to unpick all this. Don't like it at all. So I will come back, I think, and how did I have that? Yeah, I had it. I'm sure that was the front. Could see Mount Fuji, I thought. Yeah, there we go. So I folded it like this. I'm going to unpick all that stitching and then I'll come back and do it with a single strand in black because I'm not happy with that chunky variegated at all. So I'll do that all over from here, from this edge to this seam. Now I put that seam there, that wasn't there. There were separate pieces of this fabric. I've joined it together. I've done it all by hand. It's all completely hand stitched. And the reason I do it all hand stitch is because I want to prove to Ashley that she doesn't need a sewing machine and she can do it all by hand, and other people. And then you can see I've done this grid on the back. Oh, it wasn't that late, Kurt. Just got the minutes sent through. So I've started with a single strand and I'm just going to do the cross hatch on the back. Okay, so how it will go is when it's all put together, the back will look like that. There will be the seam there, which I wanted as a feature. I wanted to make that a feature on it. That'll be the front. And when you open it up, we're going to have this as a pocket on the back, and I'm going to wrap a bit of linen around here, natural coloured linen. For the lining, I've got this original silk that was in the kimono piece that I've deconstructed it all. So I will stitch this together, and this will be the lining in this one when I stitch it all together. Then I've got a piece of, I don't know if these will go in this order, this piece of beautiful wool. It's like doctor's flannel, the quality of this one. That was in the kit. And then this was in the kit. So I don't know, I love this. So you can see the selvage on this bit. So I'd like to utilise that. But then I've got all this. So originally I was going to do a pocket like that, but maybe I should do it a bit deeper this way. They are pretty, aren't they? And have it not potentially like that. So yeah, I've got this piece. This came in the kit. And then I've got, how was I going to do this? This was in the kit from Beck. But remembering that, where have I put it? This was all with it as well. So this beautiful rusty colour. So I can integrate these two colours together, which was the original kit. That's how it was originally put together, to put all this together. But I just thought there was enough to do two separate needle books. And I'm still not sure if I'm going to do two separate ones. I've got them split up to do separate ones. Got this cute little egg cover that could be used as a pocket or something. Just a little bit of a crochet medallion that could go in it. Why have I pulled a purple zipper for this? I know. I think I was thinking, I've got this I could use in here. I thought that looked good with that one. Not sure how yet. And this one, look at this one. This is better, I think. I think that's quite very Art Nouveau, that. Look at that. I love that one. So I pulled that to go in there. I've pulled a couple of threads that match out of my thread box. I've got one of these that could go potentially, you know, I could maybe put something like that on the cover. Or I've got some of these guys, or this colour. That one's not bad, is it? The blue ones. I've got little bits everywhere for this one. This one's just got a lot of little bits. We open this back up and I pulled this that could go in it. Isn't that beautiful? And this one. I don't think it's the right green, this one. Although there's a few different ones in there. It could work. So potentially I could put that in as a pocket, half of it. I've got more puffs that could go in here. See, there's little bits of lavender popping up in this one, on the puff, on here. Oh, I think I was going to make a zippered pouch out of this. That's why I pulled the lavender zip. That's what I was going to do with that one. So yeah, so far that's all I've pulled for that one. But as I said, potentially I could integrate it with this next one because they all came as one kit. So let me put this one back in his bag to keep all that together. Right, the next one is the other bits that came in the same kit. And you'll see what I mean when I say I'm pretty sure there's enough to do 2 needle books out of this one kit. So this is the next one. And I've deconstructed this one as well, as you can see, and I've restitched it. So it looks like I've set this one up to do, why did I have that way? Shouldn't it be that way? Shouldn't I have it that way and then have that as the cover? Wouldn't that be better? That's not how I had it folded though. Look, that's almost nearly centered. So I think I'll do that one that way. Potentially I could wrap that around there, couldn't I? Not sure yet. So potentially could open that one like that, have that as the lining, and then that could be a pocket. I wonder why I can't remember why I stitched it that way. I think that would be better to do it that way. Okay, then I've got a bit of this that could go in. It's not a very big bit, is it? So potential, I don't know why I've put that there. See, this must have come in the kit as well, because I've got another big piece of this over there. So I've got that one. Piece of linen, I know this came with the kit, I remember that. So that, I actually wanted to wrap around the inside cover of the other one, some of that linen. Then we've got this came with the kit, this piece of wool. Lovely. I've pulled a zipper for this one. Now why, well maybe that goes with that. I'm just wondering why I pulled a green khaki zipper for this one when the other one's all that colour and I pulled purple. Anyway. Zipper for there so I can make a pouch. I've pulled some threads that go with it. I wonder if they actually match in daylight. Yeah, they're not bad. Okay, I've pulled some threads to work on it. I've got some flowers that can go in it. I think this one came in the kit, I'm pretty sure. And then these are other ones I've had. I've got a puff, vintage puff. Now, this is a cherry blossom I've drawn that I was going to do wool embroidery on, so I'm assuming I was either going to do it on here somewhere. See, this is why I shouldn't... I've only put this down for a few weeks and I can't remember now what I was going to do. So potentially I can stitch that on. I've got... This is a little piece of Liberty, so when I said earlier that I've only got little scrap pieces of Liberty, this is one of them. That's how big it was. Got another little bit of wool that's not the same colour. Another little bit of Liberty. Another piece of this silk. I've got so much of this one. That's all come from Beck. Now I've got this little napkin that I thought might work in here somehow. I had all that clipped together to try and keep it together. Where did I put that clip now? Okay, now this is a beautiful one. I think Ashley sent me this one. Ashley goes hunting for me as well. Look at that. I'll try and bring the... And I'm actually thinking I might save this to do... I want to do a real vintage one with vintage silks and vintage, like really old. This poor thing's a bit tattered. I haven't soaked it because it's so delicate. Look at that petty point in the centre compared to my finger. So I'm pretty sure that one came from Ash. And then I've got this beautiful... Yeah, you did send it, I thought so. Got this sandwich tray cloth that sort of goes well. The colours match well with that one. And then I've got this that could work with it. That seems to work well with these rusty colours. And this, I think I was going to make a zippered pouch out of this to put in it somehow. Haven't worked out how yet. It's got these pretty little blue flowers right on that fold there. So that's so far what I've pulled for that one. And as I go along with them, I find more pieces. I change more pieces. I swap pieces out, put new pieces in. But for some reason, these silk ones, I just keep coming to a halt with them. I'm not sure why. They tend to challenge me more. Okay, I've shown you that one, the neon one. Have I got any more out here? Doesn't look like it. I do have more inside. What's this one? I've got some in a folder here. I think it's a... Oh, more puffs. Mum bought me those the other day from Beck's. I sent her in to pick me up an order and she brought me home some puffs. More bits I've pulled to go in needle books. Another doily. See, I think these work well as pages in the needle book, these rectangular ones. Now these bits I think I want to use as pockets or enhancements, or I'd like to try and copy them too, copy the patterns. So I like that little one. And then this one, I love this one. I'd like to do some more of this in different colours. Look at that. So I thought they'd be good in needle books. Then I've got, what have I got in here? I can't even remember. Oh, these ones I got, can't remember if they were from my cousin or from Nairi, these ones. I got 2 of them, I think. I thought they'd be good for pockets. Oh, this is one I started on last week. This is a piece of vintage cutter quilt. This is one of the pieces I bought from Beck for my birthday last year. Look at it, the poor thing. It's so delicate. You can see here I've put a patch. There was a hole there, so I've patched it up. This is all, fairly sure these pieces are feed sack, these original pieces. It is so delicate, this piece. And the reason I am doing the running stitch in this one is to try and hold it all together. And that's the back of it. It's got a lovely lining that I want to keep. Look how wonky my stitches are in the back, even though I've tried to keep them nice and neat. So that will potentially be a little needle book if it doesn't fall apart. I bought this a while ago. I thought it might be nice to put in a needle book somehow. Don't know how, but when I read it, I decided I can't, I have to keep it. I mean, it might still go in a needle book to preserve it, but you can see there's a pair of booties in here that haven't been sewn together yet. They've been knitted. I haven't even opened it yet. They've been knitted, but not sewn together. There's a little brass safety pin in there. There's silk ribbon flowers. It's a baby's bonnet. Silk ribbon flowers on the corners of the bonnet where the tie is. And then look at the little silk grub roses that go around the bottom. And there's a little finely crocheted silk edge around the bottom and the front, around the face as well. But the reason I haven't opened it or used it is because, sorry, that's probably terribly noisy. There's a note, handwritten note in it on a piece of masking tape that says, "Some of Grace's knitting. Glen Grace was blind and knitted this." I don't know who Glen Grace was. I bought this at the op shop. It was quite expensive compared to the other pieces that were there, but I had to bring it home. I think it's just stunning. It's got the fact that this person was blind and knitted this astounds me. I wonder if they were always blind, because I know of some people that were not blind early in their life and that's how they learned, and then they could just, like my aunt knits with her eyes closed. She knits in her sleep. It's the most bizarre thing you'll ever see, and crochets. She's snoring and the hands are still going. It's bizarre. But yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this. I just think it's gorgeous. It's a beautiful piece of history from this person, and I haven't worked out what I'm going to do with it yet. I've got more little pieces here for needle books, and what's in here? Other little bits I've pulled and saved. Bit of embroidered linen. This is beautiful. Some of this was from Nairi. Some of this went on to that pouch that I'm putting in, the zippered pouch that's going in one of them. That was full of holes, that one. See, I could then rescue this crocheted edge and use on one as well. This beautiful piece, look at that. I need to put all these back in my reclaimed basket so I know where they all are. Beautiful bits of embroidery. I must have been here for hours, guys. Look at that one. And see, you can use these as well. Don't just trim off, throw away this is a beautiful bit. Look at that. Stunning. I love these. That piece of that went on that zippered pouch as well. And I think one of these might have as well. So I've got, look at this hanky. That's another really pretty one. I've got a lot of hankies, but some of them are just, they stand out from the others. That one's beautiful. And we've got high fire danger rating tomorrow, but no tow ban. What's a universal command? Uptime. Do you want me to get up? Is that what you're telling me? I'm not sure what you want, Ash. This beautiful piece of cotton embroidery. That's quite old. You can tell that's old. Never mind. Sorry, I'm not sure what you're telling me, mate. I don't know what the universal command is, dude. Piece of reclaimed crochet. Another, see, these bits that can be used in, this is a piece of vintage fabric from Beck's shop as well. That came in a textile pack. Now I probably should put that with those other bits with that neon one, because that matches that. I'll put that piece in there, in that bag. So do these. This is from, these are all, okay, these are all the bits, the other bits that came in that pack I bought from 18 months ago, 12 months ago. That didn't. That's a little piece of tilde I've had for years since I was working at the quilt store. It was a much larger piece. This is all I've got left, and it's my favourite fabric, and I keep asking if anyone's got any that they'd like to sell. I'd be very interested in buying it from you just because it's my favourite fabric and I love it. Okay? So these are the bits that are left. There's another bit of lace that came in the scrap pack I bought from Beck. I've used some bits. I used some on that zipper pouch actually. I don't know what a lot of these are, but there was a little bit of tilde in there. A bit of, I called it Momsen, and my daughter pointed out that it's actually mum and son. So there's a bit of that in there. This tiny little dot. I don't know, I might have to zoom in a bit. Little dot. Probably should go back now that I've zoomed in so you can see the daisies. Some of you might recognise these. I don't know what they all are. How about I put it in the actual shot? That would be good. Oh, really? 4 hours? Crying out loud. Oh, this was just going to be a quick little chat because I've been feeling so sick. Okay, this is a bit of Liberty, a bit of Betsy with that neon. Is that the same as the piece I bought? Where's the piece I bought? The only piece of cut Liberty I've ever bought. Where is it? I thought I put it in here. Yep, no, it's different. Well, there you go. That could probably go in there too, hey? So it's still Betsy, but they're different colours. They've both got the neon. Oh, I want more of this. Didn't like this at first. When Becky was talking about Betsy, I'm like, yeah, that's a bit ordinary. But now that I've come across the neon, I absolutely love it. And I bought a bit of Hello Kitty too. I've got the tiniest bit of Hello Kitty, Liberty, and I sent Ashley a bit. Yeah, true. That's true. I believe this is Liberty as well, with the strawberries. Isn't that cute? Oh, it's got little mushrooms as well. I didn't notice them before. Look at that. That's a bit cute. That might go in my fruity one, in the cherry one. Oh, look, yeah, that might work. Got the cherries. How about that? That might work. Okay, another. I must have put some of this in that. No, I don't remember putting it in the pouch. Got this tiny little bit. Don't know what that is. That little bit. Might be a bit too close now, am I? This, look how much of this Liberty I've got. I think I used a bit of this on here. This pouch I made. There's a little bit of that Liberty on that side. That one. And then a little bit of the grey one on that side. On that pouch that I made. This, I think this is a bit of Momsen, Mum and Son, this one. That little one there. Going back to your nap, Ash. This tiny bit. There's a Kathleen wanted some more of this. That's all I've got left. That's all I had. Another little bit of that. This might be another Mum and Son, I don't know. That went on my zippered pouch, a bit of that one. I don't know what this one is. I haven't seen her do these packs for a while. They might be in store only. There's some things that are only available in store. Like the puffs, you can get more Suffolk puffs in store than online. Look at this piece. That's a lovely one. A little bit of check. That's a cute one. Another bit with the stars on. Oh, I made a finger pin cushion out of that. You know, I used to make them years ago to sell at the markets. Don't know if that's a bit of Liberty. It feels like a it feels like a Liberty, that one. I don't know what that is either, but that's a thick one, that one. Is that a bit of Liberty? I don't know. And then that, I think, is a petite pan. I love petite pan too. So those pieces came in the scrap pack I bought from Beck maybe 18 months ago. It was one of the first things I ever bought off her. Oh, crikey, guys. I've got stuff from one end of the place to the other. So much for my quick little showing you how I start my zippered pouches. Oh, that was good. I just threw that all over the floor. I can guarantee you, as soon as I get up, and start packing all this away, I'll start throwing up again. That's what's been happening. As soon as I start moving around, that's the end of me. Look at this. This is from my friend. She saves all these vintage and retro things for me. She's got a second-hand shop. I've actually got a spinning wheel here that I'm restoring for her at the moment. So I love that. I've got that in a lighter blue as well that she got for me. I've got heaps of different crochet cottons that I collect. Oh, this is something else I want to do. I wonder if I should put that in the neon one. I started this years and years ago, and I found it recently digging out all my stuff to de-stash. And this tiny little hexagon quilt that I started. And I was thinking I might finish that off if I can find more of that fabric and hang it from this little coat hanger and put it in one of the needle books, or should I use the coat hanger and make a felt coat like Kathy Holden does, and Nairi's done one too. So yeah, came across that in my little stash as well. Some of the stuff I've been digging up that I've done years ago is unbelievable. I showed some of the embroidery a few videos back that I used to do at Guild. Oh man, there's so many projects coming out. I think I've unearthed about 13 or 14 quilt kits that I bought when I was working at the quilt shop that I haven't even done, haven't started. Some of them I've started. That's all I've done. Some of them, there's no pattern with them because we used to just make them up from work, and I can't remember what they are. I don't know if I can get... I tried to contact my colleague a few months ago to see if she could remember, but I haven't heard back from her. So guys, that's nearly all I've got out here. I do want to show you this though. Got this recently. Someone has sat and crocheted this. It's all pretty much filet lace, but it's a great big square. It's all different pieces pieced together. It's empty in the middle, so it's ready to put a piece of linen in the centre. But all the hard work's already been done. All I've got to do is find a bit of linen to put in it. I've been tossing up whether to actually do that and turn it into a supper cloth, or should I just cut up this lace and use it in other projects. It's a complete piece of lace. It's obviously never been used. It smells beautiful after I've washed it. These linens always smell good after I wash them. It's a bit hard to show you the full thing on here. It's a bit of a chunky monkey. Oh, I think I showed you these the other day. I found these at my friend's shop. Obviously someone's made them. There was a workshop at Timeless Textiles a while ago, and I'd say these were done there. I can't remember the name of the artist that was teaching it. Yeah, I thought that too. It's too nice to cut up. It's immaculate, Jude. There's no damage, there's no holes. It looks like someone's just created it And then that's as far as they've gotten. They haven't put the linen in the centre. I know, it's beautiful, isn't it? But look at these bits of lace that were in the lace bucket. I'm absolutely stoked that I found them. I reckon someone's made these at that workshop that was at Timeless Textiles. I wish I could remember the artist's name on Instagram that would have taught it. I've seen her work. I'm sure you would have seen her work. And I've got a little person somewhere as well, done the same way in this lace. It would have been done by the same person. I don't know where I've put it. A little person in a landscape. It's flipping awesome. Oh, and check this out. This one was a recent one from my friend. I haven't even taken it out of the bag. She showed it to me before she put it in, and it's all complete. All the pins, needles are still in there, not one missing. I do have another similar one, but half the needles are missing, but that one's all complete. What else have I got? I don't know where I put that. This is all sorts of stuff. Vintage tape measures, needles, belt buckles. Oh, this is a nice bit. I do have most of this sorted in grips in drawers, but this is a recent one from my friend. I nearly cried when I opened this because she just handed it to me folded up, puts them all in a bag and says, here's a little goodie bag for you. Look at this one, if you can see it. It's a Duchess set. Hasn't been stitched yet, obviously, but that's the big centerpiece. I think this is stunning. I desperately want to stitch this one. I've already got a couple on the go though. And then here's the two little ones. Aren't they beautiful? Imagine those all stitched up. Looks like these would be eyelets, cutwork eyelets all around here. Oh, I love that one. I've got a big box of linens that haven't been stitched too, that I've been collecting since I was a teenager. I do keep going through them and moving some on, but some of them I find really hard to part with. So yeah, that's another, like I said at the beginning of the video, I've got so much more than I thought I had. Maybe for your brother's wedding. Your brother's not having a wedding anytime soon that I'm aware of. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that for my daughter's wedding. Well, Ashley, aren't you going to have a party afterwards? A party / housewarming? We could use it then. Potentially. We could still get a wedding cake for the party. Yeah, we could still do that. That's a good idea. How about, before I wind this video up, I'll just move some of this stuff out of the way, guys. Let me move some things out of the way again. And I might open this kit that I haven't. Strike Team standby availability. I wonder what that's for. Where do they want us to go? I don't think I can do a strike at the moment. I need a babysitter for my doggo. That's for one of them. I don't think... It depends if it's a 5-day strike or an overnight strike, I suppose. I don't think I could get a dog sitter for a 5-day strike at the moment. Oh look, here's some more bits of lace. I've got a bucket full, but I have been collecting vintage laces since I was a kid too. Yeah, I know, Ash. I'm getting a taxi box to put all my belongings in when I move, so that's why I keep trying to de-stash. But if I find stuff that's better than what I've got, I'm keeping it. Trying to keep it. I'm thinking every day how I'm going to fit more stuff in a taxi box. What can I put? I want to take my vintage furniture. I've got vintage Chinese antiques. I definitely want to take that. So I've been thinking how I can put all the linens, all the vintage linens, fit it all inside the furniture so I can get all that down there as well. Yeah, so here's some of the other laces that I've collected that should be, I need to put them all away properly. But look at this, someone's crocheted this one. That's a hand crocheted one. I say hand crocheted. It sounds stupid. If you know what crocheting is, it sounds really stupid that I say it's been hand crocheted. But a lot of people don't realise that crochet is done by hand. They think that, some people think that all this lace is machine made. This is another handmade crocheted one. So yeah, there's that. This is a machine, like a what are they called? It's a woven lace. Not needle weaving, it's but I can't remember the name of it. That's another one, similar sort of way that one's been made. This is a cotton, I think, like it's like a not a voile. Might be voile, I'm thinking. A lawn, cotton lawn. And then it's been machine stitched and had all these. It's absolutely beautiful, that one. That's an old one. That's they're all vintage in there. So yeah, that's only a tiny section of the laces I have. Yes, I've got to try and get all this stuff in one little taxi box. So, before I open that kit, I haven't opened that kit yet, so I thought we'd open it together, that latest one I got. Before I open that, would you like to see some of my vintage buttons? Let me know in the comments if you want to see them. Just give me a yes or a thumbs up or something. Otherwise, if I don't get any, I won't go through them and I'll just go straight on to opening that pack I bought. So let me know if you want me to show you these vintage buttons I've got. Quite a few of them are glass. They're quite old. They go back to the 20s or earlier. Not getting any, no one's letting me know yet. Anyone want to see my buttons? I think it actually takes a while for the comments to come through. So how about I start showing, and if you don't want to see them, let me know and I'll stop. How's that? Does that work better? Go for it. Thanks, Jude. I know I laid some out earlier for you to look at, but I'll go through and show you what I've got here. I think these ones are Bakelite. I'm not sure. I don't think they've still actually got machine crochet to work yet. My last research said that it still can't be done. So yeah, I think those ones are Bakelite. These ones are glass. These would probably be 20s or earlier. Maybe I should zoom in a bit. I have been trying to find vintage glass buttons for years and years, and I've had maybe 2 or 3 in my collection, and recently I walked into my girlfriend's shop and these were all sitting there, so I picked them all up. These are glass. I don't know how old they are. They look more modern, don't they? But I think they are older than what I'm thinking they are. I think these ones are Bakelite. They're not glass. They're plastic. They might just be plastic, but they're old. They're probably from the 20s or 30s. These are quite old. These are glass. Look at that. They're quite heavy, those ones. I can't believe, I don't even know how to explain how excited I was when I found all these glass buttons. Check these out. These are glass. Mickey Mouse. How old do you reckon they are? When did Walt Disney birth Mickey Mouse. Would it? I can't remember how old Mickey Mouse is. Is he 100 years old yet? So they were pretty cool. These are, I think, not sure if they're mother of pearl. They look like mother of pearl, don't they? It was the 20s. So these are potentially 100 years old because look, he's the very old shaped Mickey and they are glass. So I'm guessing these are potentially 100 years old, those ones. These ones have got me baffled because they look like mother of pearl, but they've got this blue mauve ring around the outside. Whether it's just a reaction to they've got brass, I think that's brass frames around them. 1928, okay, so not quite, but close. So I'm not sure what they are, but they're very pretty and they are old. Look at these lusterware glass buttons. Aren't they divine? I love those. I need to find a really special project for these. These are vintage glass. So they were pretty cool. These ones are glass. I've got another couple similar to this, but they're downstairs. One of them has a lot more facets. It's beautiful. There's some very noisy vehicles around here, as you've noticed. These are glass. They're quite textured. They're nice to run your finger over those ones. These are all quite old, as you can tell. That one's not as old, but it's got like a sakura in it. Is that what it's called? The Japanese blossom, cherry blossom? Can you see they're probably 50s, 60s, those ones still. But some of these, I thought that was very cute. There's only 2 left on there. Some of these will be Bakelite. Some, like that one there, I think is Bakelite. There's a glass one in there, I think. I need to sort them out better. Now, they're plastic, but there's glass crystal in them. They're old ones as well. These are a recently new find, and I have already used one. I put one in a kit I sold a while ago, but someone sat and crocheted these baskets. I'm zoomed in a bit too far, aren't I? So I thought these would be fantastic to stitch into needle books to use as a pocket. And I thought I could copy that pattern and make some more as well. So there's those. What's in this one? Crikey. I've got bags in bags. These are fairly new. I'm not sure yet. I can't see very well if they're real pearls or not. I think they are because they've got some of them have got ridges in them. It looks like they're sitting in brass. Not sure, but they're vintage. These ones are glass, vintage glass. These haven't all been collected at the same time. I've got more downstairs in a basket, not a lot. Oh, actually, I might have pulled them all out of the basket. They might be all here. So this is a glass one, a vintage glass lusterware. I probably shouldn't have them all together in bags like this. These are glass, milk glass. Aren't they cute? They're milk glass. Another one with the flowers. Hang on, Buggy. Is there any more of them? Okay. Need to put them somewhere safe so they're not clinking against each other. They're all glass. Those jade ones, aren't they beautiful? They're all vintage. A lot of these would be 20s, 1920s, 1930s, maybe even a bit earlier, some of them. These are little glass ones. Look at this little, see if I can, little flower. Oh, I went down a rabbit hole when I got some of these with the button research. I started researching and it just got out of hand. These linen ones, I love these. I had heaps of these when I was younger and I got rid of them because I thought they were garbage, and now I love them. Look at this one, this is glass. Some of these I don't even remember getting. I wonder if I haven't even looked through them yet. Look at this one, can you see that? Isn't that beautiful? That's a bit Art Nouveau-ish, isn't it? It's glass. These ones are all glass. Oh, this one, this is one I made. It's a handmade one, and it's pure silver. Oh, wow, your grandma's milk glass buttons. This one is 99.99% silver that I made. I made a few of these, and that's the only one I got left. I sold them all. I should make some more. I used a mould to make that, a silicone mould. I need to do more of those. Look at this one. How cool is that? 4-leaf clover. I should give that to my girlfriend. She's a professional at finding real 4-leaf clovers in the grass. Here's more little milk glass. Yeah, I should. I can't get the clay anymore, Jude. I made them out of a silver clay and it looks like porcelain clay. And to make the buttons, I made a mould, a silicone mould, and pushed the clay into the mould. And then you sand it and refine it, and then you fire it in a kiln, and then all the binder burns away and you're left with pure silver. But the clay was made by Mitsubishi and they're no longer making it, and I can't get it anymore. The few bags that I have found were for 10 grams and 5 grams, the 5-gram bags of clay, which wouldn't even make a whole button, 5 grams. The 5-gram bags were over $500, so no one would pay like $500, $600, $700 for one little silver button. There is a local lady that has manufactured and perfected her own metal clays. I can buy some from her. I've bought some from her before. She makes Aussie, I think they're called Aussie clays. She has a much larger range of metals. And I noticed recently she now has fine silver. Yeah, it's really expensive. That's one of the reasons I stopped making it. I used to teach it. I worked in an art studio and taught. It was called PMC, what I used, precious metal clay. And I used to buy it from a place in Sydney that imported it from Japan for me. Yeah, I taught that for a few years. Made myself some beautiful pieces. I don't have any on at the moment. I made a great big, probably, it would have been about 3/4 of an inch square solid cube for my son that he wore around his neck. And someone grabbed him one night and ripped his necklace off and we lost it. So there's one in the backyard, and then I made him a second one. So yeah, they'd be worth a fortune. And I've made myself a great big pendant that I don't like anymore. It's a great big, it's about that big silver pendant, and it's got a piece of glass in the middle. I don't like it anymore, but it weighs a ton. It'd be worth a small fortune. It cost me over $900 to make it when I made it about 15 years ago. So, but yeah, I'd love to make some more. Maybe I should go back to, I can't remember, Roz, I think, the local lady that's designed the clays. Maybe I should go back and try hers again. I didn't like using hers in the beginning because the ones I got from Japan came like, it looked a lot like, you know, the paper clay you get? It was a lot finer though, so it actually came as a soft clay. It came like a porcelain clay in these little satchels. and you shaped it and formed it and moulded it and everything and sanded it before you fired it. But the ones from Roz, I think it's Roz, I think that's her name, from Aussie Metal Clays, they come as a powder and you've got to mix it yourself. And I noticed now she sells her own binder, so that might work better. But when I was using them years ago, I didn't like them. I couldn't get them to fire correctly. Whatever I made came out really brittle. So yeah, I haven't used them again since, but maybe I should give them another go because they are available and they're a lot more affordable. So these are some more vintage buttons that I've got. These ones are glass and they're still on their original. I think they're glass. Yeah, they are. Oh, there's the show down where you guys are. There's the local show on, Ashley. I can hear a chicken across the road. Oh, maybe the little kids across the road have got chickens. Maybe that's what that shed is I saw out the back, over the fence. I think a lot of these ones are Bakelite. Some of these ones are really old. Look at, that's a pretty one. And no, I paid a lot more than $2 for this. Oh, the shows are on down there and Liam doesn't want to get on the rides. I used to be terrified of them too. You know what we should do? Send him skydiving. That fixed my fear of heights. Or climbing on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. That fixed me up pretty quick. Ah, they've gone already. These ones are quite pretty. I've got all sorts of bits in here. Look, a little crocheted pansy. What else is in here? All sorts of buttons. This is a cute one. I won't focus on it. This is some sort of plastic, or I don't think this is Bakelite. It's an old one. Is there anything else worth looking at in here? Oh, this is a button that I made out of linen and cotton. It sort of works more like a toggle. I should make more of those. This is I think this is coconut, this one. That's one Mum bought me. I've got a massive one inside. So yeah, some buttons in there. I do have a jar of, that one should go in the jar, mother of pearl. I love mother of pearl. I've been collecting mother of pearl since I was a kid. And I've got a jar full of those inside. And I love these linen ones. Oh, look at these ones. These were from my friend. Someone donated a whole box of these and I couldn't afford them. They were like $40, $50, $60, $70 a thing. And she gave me that one. Someone sat and handmade all those. What are they called? I did learn about them when I was teaching embroidery and I can't remember what they're called now. And these, I think most of these are possibly Bakelite as well. So yeah, there's most of my vintage buttons, I think. And as I said, I've been collecting these for years and years and years. It's only recently that I've acquired the majority of them though. But I think too, someone pointed out to me not long ago that I've got a really good eye when I'm shopping vintage. And at first I didn't understand what she meant, but I think I get it because I remember when I used to look years ago, I'd find something, I'd go in, I'd go, oh, there's nothing there. And then one of the other girls would come out and say, well, I found this and I found this. I'm like, where'd you find that? And I didn't see it. You know, you do tend to, I think you develop an eye for it. So I don't know how to explain. Maybe I've been thinking about doing a walkthrough for ages and then I keep forgetting. So I've been wondering, next time I go op shopping, do you want me to film it so I can show you and explain what I actually look for. Would that be of any help to anyone? I've seen other people do it. Try and give you an insight into my head and what I'm thinking when I walk in there and what I'm looking for. Because I have had quite a few people say, I don't know what I'm looking for, I don't know where to go, I don't know. So would that be of any help to anyone, do you think? Oh, thank you, Jude. I think, though, like I was trying to explain, I think it's something you develop over the years. You know, I don't think I've just, like I have some friends that are just gifted in looking for things like that. Today's Sunday, isn't it? I normally go on a Sunday, but because I've been so sick again the last couple of days, I didn't go this morning. And I'm surprised my mother hasn't called me to say, why aren't we going out today? Because she lets me use her car. Obviously she didn't want to go or she would have called. So yeah, I usually go on a Sunday because one of the shops that I like, one of my favourite shops, they do all their restocking on a Sunday. They open Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So they have all their new stock out on Sunday. So I like to go down on Sunday and get all the new stuff if there's anything good there. A fortnight ago I got some vintage tea towels that were stunning. Some of them were, none of them had been used. They're in immaculate condition. A lot of them were from the 50s. But I got them for my son because he collects vintage tea towels and vintage tablecloths. And I called around there. That's why I called around on Friday night to see him. He's framed them and hung them all up in his men's shed. And I thought it was so cool. So he's only done the tea towels so far. I was going to open this and show you, wasn't I? Okay, let's have a look at what's in this kit that I got the other day that I haven't opened yet. So as I said, this mum picked these up for me when she picked up my order. I did buy those 2 kits with the vintage textiles I showed earlier, and I don't know where, there's another one I haven't even opened yet. Don't know where I've put it, but let's have a look in here. Now I mainly bought this just for that piece of linen in the front. I didn't realise this had wool in it. So that piece in the back, that stripy piece, I reckon that's probably a piece of linen tea towel. I don't ever seem to find the stripy tea towels like that. So let's go from the back, hey? So I reckon this is probably a piece of linen tea towel, this one. Isn't it great? I love that. So that came in the kit. Piece of vintage blanket, which I don't think I'll use that because I've got some pieces that are in much better shape than that. That one's quite warped, so I probably won't use that piece. Piece of doctor's flannel, I'll definitely use that because that's quite precious. It's expensive, that stuff. I do have more inside, but I like to stretch the doctor's flannel. I'll definitely use that. And this is what I was after. This, I'm sure this is Sanderson. Oh, it looks like it's reclaimed too. It's not an unused piece, it's been used. But look at that. And I think it's the same print as that pink one. It's a different quality linen. Let's have a look. No, it's not the same print. It's similar though. See, we've got the scroll and then we've got the scroll and the flowers in the centre of the scroll. So that was interesting. But yes, I wanted this. I've been trying to get my hands on a big, large piece of this. Actually, I do have a large piece that was reclaimed from an old lounge. And I sold one piece and I'm kicking myself now. So I bought that especially just for that piece of linen, that kit. What else is in it? Oh, a little applique napkin. That's a cute one. I don't have one like that, so I'll probably use that. That's a nice one, that one. This very pretty embroidered pansy doily. Isn't that sweet? I'll probably use that. And I also wanted some more puffs. I'm always after these vintage puffs, so that came in that kit. That puff was in the kit. I think that one was too. So those three, and I believe, pretty sure they're all feed sack, these ones. Look at that. I've noticed Beck sometimes uses hers that way down, which I would never have thought of. I would have always put them that way, but I understand why she puts them down that way now, because look at the prints, aren't they gorgeous? Okay, what else was in there? This needle woven doily. I've actually got a rectangular one very similar to that. It's got a bit of a rust stain on it. So that one was in the kit, and I've got heaps of this same lace as well. Actually, mine's a little bit heavier than that. Same design, same pattern though. And then a bit of this. I've been trying to get hold of these fabric tape measures and I still haven't found one. So I'm pretty happy about that. It was an expensive way to buy that piece of linen though, that's for sure. But I think the only thing I probably won't use is that bit of blanketing, because it's felted in the thicker parts, so it's a bit warped. And because I've got a hell of a lot more vintage blanketing I can use, I'd be more inclined to use a piece that's not warped, I think. So that pack that I bought will be making another needle book. Do you think I've got, and like I said, I've still got more inside that I've pulled together. I'm at least 80% sure I've got more. I just can't remember where I've put them. They were all in a box together, so I knew, but when I go to appointments or meetings, if I'm going on the fire truck, I pack a couple in my bag with me so I can stitch when I'm sitting around doing nothing. So I've got them different bags here, there and everywhere with them in that I've been working on. I worked on, oh look here, oh that's the piece I had earlier. It's just in the bottom of this bag. I went out on the fire truck a couple of weeks ago. First time I've been on it in 5 years, so I was so excited. Because I've been so unwell, I haven't been able to go on, but they decided that I was well enough to go back out, so I was absolutely ecstatic. Even though my doctor gave me the clearance years ago, I didn't have the confidence in myself. But the boys convinced me that I'd be okay, and they put some strategies in place for me in case I couldn't cope, which was awesome. We didn't need to use them, which was even better. And yeah, I took one of my needle books with me and I stitched in the back of the truck on the way into the HR from the fire station to the fire ground. I did some stitching. When we first got there, before we had our briefing, we had a little bit of time in the truck, so I did some stitching then. And then I didn't do any on the way home because I was filthy dirty and covered in leeches and there was blood everywhere. And so, yeah, but I did get a little bit done before the burn went in. So they always laugh at me and say, you're not going to get anything. I don't know why you bring that. You're not going to get anything done. I got heaps done. When I went on my last big 5-day strike, that was when we had the big bushfires on. I packed I always take a backpack on the truck with me, and I have snacks and Hydrolite and my own first aid kit. And I always take some crochet or stitching in my pack. And on this big 5-day strike I took, I'm going to unplug my iron now, that might be a good idea. I took some hand spun wool that I'd done, and I was crocheting pouches for the animals that were being pulled off the fire ground with burns. They were asking for crocheted pouches, so on the way down to Goulburn I sat in the front next to the driver and just crocheted all the way down. Any time when we got back from a fire, when we got back from the fireground through the day, I'd have a shower, have dinner, go back to my room and do some more crochet. So I got a lot done on the fire truck. We had, last year we did a video. We were asked to do a video on the fire truck in our local area for the service. And I took my stitching with me and they were all laughing, saying, I don't know when you think you're going to get any stitching done. And would you believe it? We waited about 3 hours for the film crew to arrive. So they even drove us into town to buy us a coffee. We waited that long and I had all that time to do some stitching. So, I mean, I might not get stitching done some days, but if I can take it with me and get some done, why not? So that's what I do. When I have my doctor's appointments every month, I always take some with me because you always sit in the waiting room for a while. I can't believe how dark it's getting already. Have I really been out here that long? Crikey. I'm just picking, oh, there goes my head again. I'm just picking up some cotton that rolled off the table earlier. Oh, see, as soon as I stand up, I get so ridiculously nauseous. So this was, my aim for this today was just to show you how I start my needlebook covers, and we just went off on a great big old tangent, didn't we? Crikey. So, as I said earlier, I've got all those bits of wool blanketing I'm selling. I've pulled some kits together. It's taken me weeks to do them this time. I've got a lot more blanketing coming. I've got more colours. It just takes me so long, and since I've had this infection, it's really slowed me down. I don't have as much linen up at the moment as I normally have. There's a few tablecloths. I might have to reduce the prices on those because they're not moving. But as you can imagine, like everyone else, I've got bills to pay, so I'm not giving stuff away. I can give some stuff away, I suppose. Maybe I should look at doing some giveaways. I haven't done that for ages. There's just a lot of bits and pieces at the moment. I've got a lot more tablecloths to get up. I had a request a couple of weeks ago for tablecloths, and I've started putting them up and there's been no interest in them, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I've got a beautiful big crocheted one that I've got to get up. They're just, by the time I wash them and dry them and then try and iron them, I don't have a big space. So ironing is incredibly, I usually enjoy ironing linens, but because I only have about half an iron space of room to use, and I've got packing around the iron, like boxes that I'm packing and clearing out and stuff. So it's very difficult for me to iron the big pieces, and it can take me half a day just to iron one tablecloth at the moment, or blanket. So, and I brush the blankets and sanitize them and wash them. Some of them have hairs in them. I don't know where the hairs came from. I keep them right away from my dog. They're not her hairs, they're different colours and different lengths. But I try and get all the hairs out. There's not a lot of hairs. It's not like they're full on with hairs. I just see a hair every now and then. So I brush them and roll them, and they're washed and sanitised. Some of them don't have any, but I do all that just to make sure there's no hairs left in them. But you still might get the odd hair here and there, so just be aware of that. It's not because they're not clean. See, look, these pieces, they smell really good because I've washed them and sanitised them and put deodorant on them, and not human deodorant, fabric. Oh, they smell really good. See, look, there's the odd little hair here and there. And some of it could even be transferred from my clothing. But most of the time And see, I've got, because most of the blankets have got great big holes in them, they're all old. So even though I'm cutting out big pieces for you guys, I'm cutting pieces large enough that you can make those quilting books. You know, you have the big pages that you can store your quilting squares in. I'm making pages big enough that you can use in that. So they're at least 12 inches by 24 inches each piece in the packets. But when there's holes in them, I end up with all these little offcuts, see? And I can use some to make some little needle books, but I'm never going to use all these pieces, so I'm thinking I might make up some packs available for you guys as well, with all these little pieces in that you can use for something. Would that be of interest to anyone? I've been collecting a big bag of, when I straighten these up, when I trim them up with my ruler, with my roller cutter and square them all up, I'm getting all these tiny little strips of wool. So I've been keeping them all in a bag, and I thought someone might like them to use to stuff their pin cushions or something, because it's all pure wool, and I don't want to throw it out. And the little strips off the edge are not really any good for anything else. So I used to get them. I'll show you what I was doing. If I can find a piece. I didn't really want to cut. Let me have a look. So potentially I could cut a strip off here, because this one's a bit big. I'll have to square this up later, but I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. So I've got a big bag full of strips like this that I've been saving. And I used to cut them up like this. I'd spend hours cutting them up. And I'd have all these little wool beads, these tiny little, and they're perfect for stuffing little pin cushions with. I mean, potentially you could just use the strips, but I found using the strips that they're a bit lumpy. The finished product's a bit lumpy. So I cut them all up into little beads, and I've got a bag full so far, so I thought someone might like that. I'm never going to use it all, guys, and I don't have the time at the moment, so I'm better off just to get rid of all this stuff. I can't take it all with me when I move. So if anyone wants, I just saw, look, a hair. There we go. So I'm keeping all the bits. I'll throw them up on Instagram when I can. I think I want to really fill the bag chock-a-block before I put it up. This colour has got quite a bit of hair on it. I haven't brushed it yet, or it needs a good brush. This bit, I think I explained earlier, this is a bit of mohair. I've left the fringing on it, so you could use it if you wanted to. If you don't want to, you just cut it off. But if you want to make a book, I've left some fringing on when I can. And yeah, what else can I tell you? That's about it, I suppose. I probably should stop rambling. I've been going on and on and on and on. My daughter's gone to have a rest before she goes to pick her husband up, her fiance up. Oh, thank you, Jude. That's a lovely thing to say. That's very kind. Thank you. That's what I do. I don't know if you're still there, Jude. I just read you'd said that if I do a walkthrough, you'd be screaming at me saying, stop, wait, look at that. That's what I do to my daughter. So she does a walkthrough. Ash will do walkthroughs in the op shops in Adelaide, and we FaceTime each other. And I say to her, what's that? Go back there. What's that over there? Pick that up there. Can you show me that? So yeah, that does happen. That does happen, and that's okay. But I think you might like that. Hopefully that phone call hasn't cut you out. And I'll take you to my cousin's store. She has a vintage store called Former Glory Emporium. And it is like an Aladdin's cave. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's not a big shop, but she has got a lot of stuff in there. So I'll take you over there and show you her shop. I'm sure she'll let me do a walkthrough. And I might take you down to... Who doesn't? Oh, Liam. Yeah, I forgot. Here I am saying Ash is going to pick Liam up from work and it's Sunday. Oh, okay, that'll be good. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, but... yeah, I'll take you to my friend's store. I'll take you to my cousin's store. And I might take you to one of my favourite op shops that I go to regularly. I also look for furniture for my dad. He restores chairs. He likes doing that. So I often go looking for stuff for him. I look for vintage tools and vintage linens for my son. And Ashley's currently looking for kitsch retro. I'm not exactly sure. I still haven't exactly established what she's after. Kitchenalia, or she just sort of says kitsch. Yeah, okay. Ashley, can you tell us exactly what it is that you're looking for at the op shops? Are you still, can you hear me? Fruit and flowers. So you want kitsch, fruit and flowers. Yeah, so I still haven't quite got my head around what she wants. So, kitsch to me is sort of 1950s. Yeah. But some of the kitsch stuff I've seen that I've thought that you'd like, it's not what you're after. So I've still got to... I tried to do a walkthrough with Ashley a couple of weeks ago, but my phone kept dropping out. I've got a better phone now, so I should be able to do them. Yeah, the apple, she got apple salt and pepper shakers recently, and they... it's an apple, and they magnetise together, and you open it up and you can see it's like the apple's been cut, and they're salt and pepper shakers. So that's what she got recently, and that's really the only baseline I have to work from at this point. But I should get going, guys. I need to try and pack all this stuff up. I was supposed to spend the day finishing a custom order for someone that's been waiting very patiently, but I just haven't been able to stand up and move around without vomiting. So hopefully I can get back into it tomorrow. I was hoping to send her parcel off tomorrow, but it's not going to happen. It's just still not done. So yeah, that's where I'm up to, guys, but I'd better go. It's getting dark. I've got no idea what time it is. Holy crap, it's 5:30 in the evening. No wonder it's starting to get dark. I'm going to get going. Thank you, Jude, for sitting with me through I think you've been here through the whole thing, haven't you? You've been incredibly patient with me. I'm always surprised. Love you too, Ash. Always surprised that you guys are interested in my ramblings. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I hope that you've learned something or you've enjoyed looking at something. As usual, if there's anything you'd like me to show you, if there's anything you'd like me to teach you, anything, you know, just let me know. Talking about that, before I go, thank you, Jude. A friend gave me this a few weeks ago. All the embroidery was done, but the edging was not done. So I had this vintage crochet cotton in my crochet cotton box, and I thought it went really well with it. So I just did this little crocheted scallop edge on it. I thought it came up pretty well. I was happy with that one. So yeah, I thought I'd just show you that before I go. But anyway, I'm going to go. I ramble on forever when I do these endings. Thank you again so much, guys, for joining me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you saw something you liked or learned something. As I said, again, if you want me to go over anything again, doesn't it, Jude? I was really happy with that. I was going to do just cream, and then when I started going through my box, I saw this variegated yellow, and it seemed to go really well with this stitch and these flowers. So I thought I might try that, and I'm really happy with it. It's just a simple edge. I didn't do anything real fancy, but I'm happy with how it came out. So thanks again, and what did you just say? You have a good week also. Hopefully I'm past the worst of this nausea by now. Like I said, I felt fairly well all Friday, and then when I woke up yesterday morning, I was just violently ill again. So if I sit still, I'm okay, but yeah, I might have to go back to the doctor. Definitely have an infection, I know that. I've been on a course of antibiotics. They're actually a newer type of antibiotic, and they did and ah as to whether to give me those particular antibiotics because they weren't sure whether they'd work. And I have to take them every 4 hours on the dot. So I've set my alarm for 2 a.m., 8:30 a.m., 2:30 a.m., 8:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, and 8:30 of an evening. And I take one at those times. But on Friday night, I missed one. And I'm wondering if that's what set me off again, if that's triggered this horrendous nausea again. So, I mean, when I got home yesterday, I woke up at Mum's, like I said. I got up, got my stuff together, made a cup of coffee. I had about 2 mouthfuls and that was it. I couldn't drink anymore. I felt awful. So my coffee went by the wayside. Got in the car, put my bag, I had a bag of sewing and a change of clothes. So I put that in the car. I put Willow in the car. And I asked if we could just call into the supermarket on the way home. Like, I only live 5 minutes away. Stopped at the supermarket and I felt like mashed potato and mashed sweet potato. So I stopped and got them and a piece of watermelon and a carton of milk. And I actually got out, Mum went into the shop first because she was looking for a gluten-free quiche, and online it said they had them, but they didn't. So she went in first. I had to get out of the car with Willow because I started to feel so nauseous. I just couldn't sit in the car. I just wanted to throw up. So I got out with her and we just walked around the square for a while at the shopping centre until Mum got back. And then when Mum got back, I went into the supermarket and I got to the point where I had to hang on to the shelves so I didn't fall over. I just kept getting these massive waves of nausea. And then I was fighting not to vomit as well. It was horrible. So I've been like that ever since. I got pulled up at home. I got Willow out. I've got a belt I wear, a jogging belt that's designed for walking dogs. So I clip her onto the belt and I can carry my bags then, and she'll often come to the shops with me, so I've still got my hands free. So I was carrying my bags, I had her on the belt. I got the bags up the stairs out the front, and then I couldn't stop vomiting. I didn't even make it in the house. And I've been sick ever since. So every time I move or try and eat anything, I just throw up again. And like I said, I was fine on Friday after I started the antibiotics on Wednesday night. They're pretty sure it's a kidney infection. I think I have a kidney infection. And the first symptoms I had for nearly a week was just this severe nausea. And then I've had other symptoms since, which all added up. I haven't actually had pathology done because my doctor's on leave for another week. So I had to go and see the pharmacist, which I didn't know you could do, but apparently once you're over the age of 50, and if you have had less than 2 UTIs in a 12-month period, you can go to your pharmacist and he can assess you. He does an assessment pretty much like the GP. Not all pharmacists can do it. They've got to be registered to do it. So obviously they go to learn what to look for and what questions to ask. So luckily my local pharmacist that I know quite well is registered. I found out this week. So I made an appointment to go and see him. I got in pretty well straight away. Even though he's busy, very busy, he said, come over and I'll put you straight in. So he did. He did an assessment and he said, you've absolutely definitely got a kidney infection. The government doesn't like us to use, I think it's amoxicillin anymore because it's no longer effective. It's become, we've built up a resistance to it for this kind of infection, apparently. So I could have had Keflex, Ciclor, or this new one that I haven't heard of. I chose the new one because my kids and I all have reactions to Keflex. So I'm on this new one, but with the Keflex, you only had to take 2 a day. But this new one, you've got to take them every 6 hours. So yeah, as I said, I missed one on Friday, and since that one I've missed, I've just been, I don't have any pain, Jude. That was why it took me so long to go and get medical advice. I didn't think it was, although the pharmacist did say to me, have you had any lower back pain? I said, yeah, I have actually, and that didn't dawn on me that that was related. So I have had lower back pain, but it's mainly just this nausea, and I've had fevers as well. I've had burning up, freezing cold, fevers, and on and off for, I think I'm up to day 10. So yeah, it did say these antibiotics would take a while to start working. He said it does take a couple of days. So like I said, I started Wednesday night or Wednesday afternoon. Must have been Wednesday night. 2:30 it would have been in the afternoon. And then I've taken them every 6 hours since. So Wednesday afternoon I started, and I didn't start to feel better until Friday morning, and I was a bit stressed because I knew I had all these events, didn't think I'd make it. I was fine, lasted through the day fine, couldn't quite eat all my lunch. And I don't normally eat 2 meals a day, but I had lunch out, and then we had dinner at a function. I only ordered an entree and I struggled to eat it, so I was fine there. I had a beer with my dinner, felt fine, called in to visit my son to see all the linen he'd framed, had a beer with him. I mean, this is over about a 6-hour period, and felt fine. Drove home to my mum's. I started to feel a bit funny on the way home, and when I say funny, I was struggling with driving, and look, I've been struggling with driving at night for years. I was concentrating so hard to make sure I had no wallabies hop down in front of me or anything like that. The road I'm on, you've always got to keep an eye out for the wildlife and the big potholes. So I was concentrating so hard on the road on the way home that I got to one point and I sort of looked at my surrounds in the dark and I thought, oh shit, I don't know where I am. And I mean, I couldn't have been that far because I was on the road I've driven 100 million times. But it took me a couple of seconds and my brain just didn't recognise where I was, and I had a bit of a panic, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I know where I am. But yeah, that was weird. So that scared me a little bit. That was Friday night on the way home. By the time I got to Mum's, and it was only about a 10-minute drive from my son's to my mum's, by the time I got to Mum and Dad's, I was exhausted, and I said to her, I don't think I can drive home the 5 minutes home. So I stayed there. Willow and I stayed there, and I went to sleep. I had a good sleep for a change. And then I woke up to come home, and I was just really violently ill again, and I've been sick again ever since. So yes, I'm pretty sure I need to go and get bloods done and a urinalysis, and all my levels are always low, Jude. I've got low iron, low vitamin B12, low potassium, low calcium, low protein. They're always really low, so I take a lot of supplements, and I give myself B12 injections every 3 months. So my levels are always low. I've always got stuff going on, and I often get sick with the fibromyalgia, but this is different. You know, it's very different. It's lasted, this horrendous nausea has lasted, yeah, like I said, I can go up to day 10. But I had all day Thursday where I felt good. And it's back again. It's incredibly frustrating because I've got so much to get done. That's what's stressing me out the most. I just want to get stuff done. I want to get these linens out of here. I want to get them clean and posted, and I want to get these needle books made for this fair I'm going to in 4 weeks. It's just so difficult. I want to mow my lawn. I haven't even been able to mow the lawn because I just can't stop vomiting if I go out there and do activity. I want to go back out on the fire truck. I was asked to go to a HR today. I can't because I just can't stop vomiting when I'm moving around. So that's the worst of it. I mean, I say I'm violently ill. It's not that bad. I've been a lot sicker. It's frustrating, and it just won't go away, if you know what I mean. I just can't shake it. Yeah. And I think that's part of my problem too. That's what my kids say. I've been through so much, even though I think I'm not that unwell at the moment compared to what I've experienced previously, I'm actually not very well, if that makes sense. So it wasn't until my son said to me on the Tuesday night, "You're actually quite unwell, Mum, you need to go to a doctor." I said, "Jim, you think?" He said, "Yeah, I think you've got the same as what I had." He was right. So yeah, I can't get into a doctor until my GP gets back, unfortunately. I might be able to go down to, I can't remember what it's called now. It used to be called the Polyclinic, but it's called something else now. It's after hours. I might be able to get in there, but yeah, I'm certainly not going to go to the hospital. It's not an emergency. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, guys. I'll just keep hydrating. I think I need to get some Hydrolyte. That might help. But yeah, it's just, if I could just get my head to stop. It's funny. You know how when you get that nausea in your head and you move and you feel nauseous in the head, but then there's other times you get that real tummy nausea where you just want to throw up. But then you also get that one sort of in the back of your throat. I don't know how to explain it. This one is sort of, my head will go wobbly when I move. So I get that sort of nausea in the head, but it instantly relays to my stomach. So for some reason, the messages in my brain are just sending these messages from my head nausea straight to my stomach nausea. I don't even know how to explain it. So yeah, anyway, that's what's going on. It's slowed me right down. I'm really struggling to get parcels finished and packs finished, to like custom ones done, and it's really frustrating. And the people that are waiting have been so incredibly patient, and I'm so incredibly grateful. But I just want to get their stuff to them. I probably need to rest, Jude, to be honest, because I don't stop. I don't stop. People look at me and think I'm just a big overweight slob that sits on a bum at home all day. But if you ask my kids, they're always saying to me, you need to rest, Mum, you need to stop, you need to slow down. Because I don't stop. I wake up, I tend to the dog, I feed her, I cook all her meals from scratch. I take her out to the toilet. I'm trying to maintain my home, my yard, my garden, and then do the linens as well. So usually I wake up and I start doing the linens straight away. I'm either washing, folding, cutting, packing, digging out more stuff from the crap downstairs, sorting through things. So I'm up usually 6, 7 a.m. and I go until 10, 11, 12 every night, and I'm on my feet the whole time. So if I'm not doing that, I'm out on the fire truck. So yeah, it's probably my body saying I need to rest. And I do have these big flares with the fibro, and I know that's when I need to rest. But they always come after I do a drop. So if I do a textile drop on my Instagram to sell, as soon as that drop's completed, I just get, I just have a big, yeah, I get that. But the thing is too, this is what I tried to explain to the pain clinic. I voluntarily attended a pain clinic for 12 months. I took 2 rounds. And they kept saying to me, oh, you have to rest and you have to do this. And they came up with all these strategies. None of it worked. And the thing is, when you've got the illnesses I have, and it's not just me, and the reason I'm sharing this is because I know it's not me, and I know other people go through similar stuff. And I think if we talk about it, we can all share strategies and support each other and, share different things that we do to manage and overcome. So especially with the fibromyalgia and the big waves of sickness I get with that and the chronic fatigue. So I've got chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, acromegaly, Gilbert syndrome, a few other things that I've got. And the medical professionals basically say to me, well, you just need to stay in bed all day. Or what they told me recently was I need to stay in bed all day, put my feet up, or I need to sit on the lounge with my feet up and read a book all day and not do anything for the rest of my life. I'm not going to do that. That's not going to happen. And I told them that. So I understand I need to rest, but since I've had a brain tumour removed, some of those signals don't work anymore. And normally you'd start to feel tired or fatigued and your brain will tell you that your body's tiring and you need to rest. I don't have, oh Jude, if you've got any idea how much I've changed my diet, I've tried that many different diets. I've had to eliminate a lot of foods. I can't eat most carbs, I can't eat acidic foods, I can't eat, I try to avoid gluten and wheat. I'm not celiac, but it makes me sick if I eat it. I can't eat red meat, I can't eat pork. So I usually live on gluten-free foods. Sometimes I have pasta, fruit and veggies, yogurt. I can have Greek yogurt, nuts, legumes. That's pretty much all I eat. I have milk. Coffees, I probably should eliminate coffee because that does cause inflammation. But I'm really struggling to cut out my coffee. I've cut out so much other stuff. It's taken me years. I've done one thing at a time. Because I couldn't afford to get the allergy test done, I've done elimination diets and I've been at it for years. And I know straight away if I eat something I shouldn't, I get really sick for days, or I get pain flares, or my stomach swells, get vomiting. See, this is what I thought it was originally, this infection. I thought it was just another flare. So that's why I struggle to identify what it is. But if I just do what the medical professionals say and sit on my butt and read a book all day, I'd never get anything done. I'd never live. I got rid of my TV because I can't handle seeing what's in the news. I've had to control what I let in because it makes me physically ill. Well, technically I am. I've been assessed a couple of times and they've knocked me back. And what the hoops I had to jump through the last time I was assessed, the assessment was dragged out over nearly 18 months. And it was more stressful being assessed for assistance than it was to go through court for custody of my children. It was more stressful to be assessed. The first time wasn't as intensive. The second time was horrendous. And I just don't have the energy to go through that crap again. So, and they've tightened up the, what do you call it? The criteria. It's a hell of a lot tighter than when I first applied. So even though technically, yes, my doctor and my pain clinic says I'm eligible, when I'm assessed, they end up saying, no, you're not eligible. So, it's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. I think last time I just had a really shitty team that was assessing me because they made me jump through so many hoops. And when I've spoken to other people, they've said I didn't have to go through that much. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. I think because my medical needs are so complex and they're not straightforward, and a couple of the illnesses I have are very rare. And when I went for the first two assessments, they hadn't heard of them, so the assessors had to do all this research. And then, the tests that they did and the assessments were just horrendous. So I'm just not going to put my body or my emotional health through that again. That's why I'm moving. My Ashley, AJ, and her fiance are building a house so I can live in one half or one part of it. They're going to custom build their house so I can move in with them. So that's the plan. That's why I'm getting rid of all my vintage, a lot of my vintage stuff. So that's what started all this, the move to live with my daughter because I can't manage on my own very well anymore. I just can't. I can either maintain the inside of the house or the yard and the garden. I can't manage both at once. It's just too much. And then putting all the linens on top is just mental. It's going to be so much better, Jude. I'm not going to have to stress about the garden maintenance. I mean, I'm still going to participate. Liam's already planned a veggie garden for me. Liam's been amazing. He's already been to, him and my daughter, they've already been to the local fire service to see what I have to do to transfer over to them. He's already been to the local embroideries guild to see what I have to do to join them and where they are and how close they are to where they're going to build. He's already been to, because I want to start doing some weight training again, so he's already been to check out the gym for me. He's already looked into setting up a space in the house for me, either in the garage or in another building, where I can potentially, if I want to, when I move there, I can go and buy vintage linens and resell them as a business. And he's organised it all so he can, if that's what I want to do, he's going to have it all set up so I can have my own business if I want. I can't believe what they've done for me and what they're doing for me. It's unbelievable. What they have done, this is a bit unrelated, but you know how I said earlier that Ashley will take me op shopping, she'll FaceTime me and I walk through the op shop with her and point things out and she'll show me things, and if there's anything there we think that I'll like or I might be able to use, she'll buy it for me. But what they have done before, they'll go for their Sunday drive, for example. And because they've only been living there 2 years, they don't know the area. We've grown up in New South Wales and they're in Adelaide. So they go for drives when they can, and Liam's learning to drive as well. He's on his L's, so they go for drives. And Ashley will set up the phone in the phone holder on the front of the car so I can see where they're driving, and they keep talking to me, so I go on these adventures with them. And they took me one day, they drove all the way down to the beach. I can't remember where. It's a very popular beach near Adelaide somewhere. So they drove me down there. They'd been driving for hours. And then they decided to go and get fish and chips. So they went to the fish and chip shop. But while one of them was in there ordering fish and chips, the other one was on their phone, and they'd actually ordered fish and chips for me and had it delivered to my door, so we all ate fish and chips together. And I thought that was amazing. That was so cool. So yeah, they've been really good. And my son has too. He's done so much for me, and even my ex-husband's been helping out lately, so he's going to come and do my lawns for me. So that's incredible. The man I didn't speak to for 20 years because he was such a horrible person. So yeah, I am getting some support. It's just very slow and arduous at the moment, if that makes sense. It's happening very slowly. Ashley and Liam haven't got a block of land yet, but they know what type of house they want to build. Ashley had to stop working recently because she has gallstones, and they can't operate on them yet. So it started affecting her work. She's been very ill. So they're down to one income, and it's slowed things down a little bit because they're going to pay for me to move everything. So yeah, it's unreal. But anyway, I'm probably boring you guys significantly. It's getting dark here. It's getting very dark. Someone's cooking dinner. It smells really good, and I'm tempted to go and try to eat something myself. I feel like mashed sweet potato. Oh, thank you, Jude. I hope keep in touch with me, Jude, if you can. It's been lovely chatting to you today. If you get an Instagram account, I'm usually on there more than anything at the moment. So make sure you message me on Instagram if you get on there, and we'll have a chat. So it's been lovely having you here today, and thank you again. And I've prattled on and on and on again, so I'm going to go now, okay? I'm going to say hooray. Have a great week, and thank you again so very much for joining me. Don't know when my next video will be. It's just when I can fit it in, or if I physically can't do anything else. I might even... like I said, I've got a spinning wheel here that I'm restoring for my girlfriend. It's just an Ashford traditional. I might even get on and walk you through that with me while I do that. So yeah, love to you too, Jude, and we're great to keep in touch. And I'm going to give a shout out to Kathleen as well, because she always hops on and watches these later. She was on earlier but had to go because it got really late. So hi Kathleen, thank you so much. And your parcel is on its way, and thank you. I haven't even emailed you yet. Thank you for letting me know that the postage has opened up again, because when I was at the post office last week, they told me they didn't think it would open back up to Canada until after Christmas. So I hadn't even been looking out, but thank you, Kathleen, for letting me know. I found something else a couple of days ago I want to send you. I keep saying this, Kathleen. I keep finding things. So I've got to open your package up again and add something else. And also, Paula Sue has ordered a heap of stuff from me. She's asked for a custom order as well. I haven't finished it yet, and Paula Sue's been so incredibly patient and gracious, and I'm so grateful to you for that, Paula. Thank you so much. It is coming, I promise. Paula Sue has bought a lot of stuff from me, and I'm so incredibly grateful. The thing is, Paula Sue's in the US, so you know what's happened with the postage there. So I've now got a lovely big bundle of linens to send to Paula Sue. I haven't finished listing them all yet. I've got to list everything for customs now. It's a lot more challenging. And they kept telling, every time I went to speak to them about how I'm going to send this parcel now, I was given different advice every time. So I finally got in touch with the manager last week and she's advised me how to do it. So I think we're finally on the right path. It's been incredibly stressful, this whole US postage thing. I still haven't quite worked it out, but I saw a lady post about it on Instagram a couple of days ago, and the way she's described how it works, I think I get it now. Because you look on the website and it's so confusing, and even the post office said to me, it's contradictory. It's incredibly confusing what's on the website. So, and that was my issue. So anyway, this lady on Instagram described what she went through the other day and what she had to do. So I think I've got it now. So that's where I'm up to. But anyway, here I go with my prattling on again. I'm going to go, guys. I'm going to go and have another drink of water because I'm dehydrated. And I'm going to try, I think I'm going to have some sweet potato for dinner. That sounds good. I'm going to try and get that down. But thank you again for joining me. I'm so very grateful for every one of you. I can't believe that you guys find my prattling on interesting. I often have people contact me and say, when are you going to do another video? And I think I'll just go on with garbage. But anyway, I am incredibly grateful for you guys, and I look forward to seeing you here again next time. Don't know when that will be at this stage, but thank you again, and have a great week. Be safe, and I know I don't have to say this, but be kind, and I'll see you next time.